Good morning, guys. Top of the morning. Welcome to the Most Value Pack Live Trading Show, where we live trade, break down charts, cover high impact events, and talk trader mindset. Hope everyone had a great weekend, is ready to kick off another opportunity-filled day. To open up the week, we're looking to gap up massively. A pretty significant gap up. Might be the biggest gap up of the month so far. The month of March has truly been the month of gaps, gap ups and gap downs. We've seen gaps of all natures, of all kinds and all sizes. And now we're looking to gap up. All the index are looking to gap up after some breaking news, a potential deal to pause the strikes on Iran for 5 days. That came in from the president early this morning. So we'll see what does take place, if there's going to be a continued reaction to the upside off of that move, or if we start to slide back the downside. Number one thing is, priority is, guys, do not chase the headlines. Don't let the headlines provide you with trade ideas, okay? So you don't want to base the headline ideas. Those two things are basically the opposite thing. So very important that you look for your setups, you take advantage of your setups, you remain patient. It's a new week. It's a fresh, clean slate. All right, so everything you want to, all the adjustments you have to make over the weekend, make sure you implement them right out the gate. Again, so make sure to do that. What happened last week stays in last week. What happened on Friday stays in Friday. Let's look to take advantage of the best opportunities and let this thing open up in a few seconds. As you're jumping in on YouTube, guys, make sure to smash the like button. 100 likes will do the giveaway. Good morning, good morning, good morning, News. Good morning, Chucky. Good morning, Chris. Smash the like button on your way in. Poll question for today is: 5-day strike pause headline SPY reaction. Bullish or bearish? Most of you are bullish so far. So I'll let that poll continue to populate. And we are officially open. Good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning. Good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning. Let me just take off this view up right here so I can draw that BOGTOG. Okay, let me just take off that view up. It's kind of just blocking the way. All right, I have the view up on the other chart. Okay, we are officially open. Officially open. Did I just take it off? Good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning, guys. There we go. All right, massive gap up to open things up. Weekly open is 658 on the dot. Okay, 658 on the dot. Q's weekly open, QQQ weekly open, 590.52. The Dow, 463.30. IWM, 247.17. We're above that daily upside break across the board. The Qs did fall below daily upside breaker, so let's see if we can recapture that, continue to create that separation away from it. That's going to be the critical thing to pay attention to. VIX continues to climb to the upside. VIX is back at the 25, 26 territory. Take a look at the IV. What's the IV looking like, team? What's the IV looking like? Put in the chat. Put in the chat. Good morning, HHPPCBD, 2663. All right, good morning, guys. Good morning, Hero. All right, so put in the chat what the IV is. Look at that, guys. Sancho took the risk on Friday, up over probably 7K. All right, nothing better than seeing that. All right, so Qs are coming to test that VWAP. So far, we're going back and forth. Put in the chat what the IV is. Okay, before you take any trades, do me a favor. SAT protocol, look at the IV. Okay, let's go, Sancho. So biggest gap. This is officially the biggest gap. Thank you, Elian. So Elian does a tremendous job tracking our gaps. So there isn't a gap that we don't miss. All thanks to Elian. All right, so she tracks everything. Thank you as always. Okay, so again, that daily upside breaker, what does that translate to, guys? That translates to this level right here. Daily upside breaker, that first interaction with there is up here. So we do have that PMH. We do have that PMH as well. PMH is all the way at the PMH and PML levels might be out of reach today, at least during first shift. Anything can happen, but those levels can be out of reach. So far, the only thing that's green is IW. The Qs fell below that daily upside breaker. Qs gave up the daily upside breaker. So no buyers there initially. At that 5-minute candle close. We're starting to see the IW below that daily upside breaker as well. SPY, can SPY hold that daily upside breaker? We have that TOG right here. For us to get above, for us to continue to get below this daily into the jaws to gap up, more than likely VIX needs to accelerate past that 25. Okay, we're officially in the jaws. First test is daily upside breaker. All right, the Dow's headed towards daily upside breaker. 5-minute or if you're looking to trade, keep in mind the IV's at 37 now. It was at 40. Qs, see if they can respect VWAP. Okay, so I'll give you the 0 DTE gamma levels. All right, so a lot of you do use that. So the 0 DTE GEX levels here. Here we go. So we got 660. Okay, we're at one right now at 657. All right, so whenever we do get that, I will have some of those levels. We have even some of the large sweep levels as well. Let's put that on the 5. All right, so we'll have that. I'll watch. Okay, if you like that, we'll go back and forth in that area. All right, so can we hold that daily upside breaker? All right, can we hold above that daily upside breaker? If we start to fall, the Qs already gave that up. IWM gave it up, so the only one holding above it is SPY. Currently holding above it. If we do get below it, we're in the jaws that gap up. We're in the jaws in that gap up. For us to give up that gain, this is about, just to give you some context, that's about an $8.50 gap. $8.50 gap. What makes us unique? What makes us unique, team, is this is a weekly opening gap. So weekly opening gaps have precedence over a gap in the middle of the week. So it has precedence over a gap that takes place on a random Wednesday. All right. So monthly opening gaps, again, they have precedence over weekly opening gaps. There's precedence and sequence and everything here. All right. So again, let's see how we interact with this level. March 20th, merge of today's gap. So we're in a gap within a gap within a gap. So 5-minute orb is set. 5-minute orb is set. If you do trade the 5-minute orb, 5-minute orb is set. More than likely for us to continue to accelerate, we need that continued push below. We need the VIX to continue to push above that 25. Good morning, good morning, good morning, guys on YouTube. Make sure to like the video. Make sure to subscribe if you haven't already. 100 likes is the goal. Good morning, Jay Jackson. Good morning, Beck. Good morning, good morning, good morning. All right, we're in the jaws. We're officially in the jaws. Let me take off this real quick. Don't need the waves right now. Okay, we're officially in the jaws, that gap. In the jaws, that gap. My G50 will be right here. G50 is right there. All right, I'm going to wait. I'll wait until shockwave hour. Unless something comes up that's clean, I'll keep it as textbook as possible. I'll keep it as textbook as possible. VIX just fell off a cliff. VIX just fell off a cliff. Okay, grabbed that 25 and dramatically sold off. See if we get that nice little hold above that daily upside breaker. Okay, that daily upside breaker is right here. We have a nice little key zone between daily upside breaker and that TOG, top of the gap. All right, the VIX, let's see if the VIX can create that separation. Separation is key. Okay, we're starting to get that nice little hold of that daily upside breaker. I want to see if that 5-minute candle can close. If the Qs can reclaim 591.16, that'd be great. So we know that there's buyers here in this area. Okay. See if the VIX can head towards back towards that weekly, that hourly breaker, or back at that daily open, back at that weekly open. Let's jump over to the 15 real quick. The 15 we can see. All right, we came into that daily upside breaker. If you're waiting for that 15, that close on the 15, if it closes as a hammer, that'd be great. All right, a break of that hammer, 2 down, 2 up, reversal back the upside. So we structurally broke, came into these lows, and now we're starting to see some buyers willing to pay at these below 656, 68. They're willing to pick it up. So now the question is, can more start piling in? Can more start piling in to start to push it back into these highs up here at 661.95 territory? All right, that's going to be the question here. Obstacle between that 60 that level we just mentioned, or that daily open, weekly open right there. And we need to pay attention to. Qs are looking to recapture. They're trying to recapture 591, 591.16. See if they can recapture it. IWM. Okay, IWM is a dead upside breaker. It's 247.50. 247.50. Good morning, guys. As you're coming in, make sure to smash the like button. If you're just jumping in, SPY just made a massive gap up. Massive gap up on SPY. A potential 5-day pause on the strikes on Iran was the news that led us all the way up here. Okay, so $1 million question is, do we continue or do we give back some of that push that we did see? So no trade so far, just assessing. One idea, of course, is the dead upside breaker 656.68 hold. All right. Since I'm not in this position here, I want to see if there's enough sufficient movement off of it to catch a continuation off of it. If that can take place, that'd be great. I like which way the VIX is going. So you're done for the day, Sancho? One of our traders just raked in 3.8K. Okay. He discussed his idea on Friday, the rationale. All right. Saying boots on the ground is priced in. I remember him saying that. Put the risk on. In this kind of environment, guys, you're going to have some level of moxie, to say the least. All right. Because anything can happen during a weekend, good or bad. All right. So you have to be willing to, especially if you're in swing trades, you have to be willing to live with both sides. Right. If the downside is worth the upside, you can get involved. So tremendous job on allocating that risk, sticking to the idea, and getting compensated for that, Sancho. Call or put today? Depends, right? Depends on what your time horizon is. So far, I'm just monitoring the interaction with this key zone, all right? This key zone, daily upside breaker. I'm monitoring that situation. Some kind of separation would be great. That 15-minute candle starting to shape up. Contracts, IV starting to drop a little bit, which is good. Keep in mind, guys, Mondays, ease your way in on Mondays. Very similar to Fridays, okay? Ease your way in. Do we have any first-time viewers? If you're a first-time viewer, drop a 1 in the chat. First-time viewers, drop a 1 in the chat. So that 5-minute orb, okay, depending on when your risk is, it's very difficult to scalp out of that. If you did, great. If not, either stopped out or you sat through some drawdown. All right, I'll take that level off once our Shockwave 15 comes into effect. Okay, so far we're balanced. Okay, balanced. F conditions, low confidence, 25%. Mixed bias. All right, so no real strength. No real decision, I should say. No clear direction, no real decision. Welcome, Gran. Welcome. All right, so I want to see how we interact, okay? Can we interact with these daily open at least to get above it? Okay, we're starting to see, again, some buyers stepping in off this key zone. All right, that's good. So that there's willing participants to pick this thing back up in this area. The question becomes, is it sufficient enough to get us into those highs? All right, let this 15-minute candle close. If you took that daily upside breaker bounce, okay, in this area, okay, manage accordingly. I like how the VIX is going south, okay. That weekly 50% retrace. Weekly 50% retrace. Welcome, Mario. Weekly 50% retrace. So last week's equilibrium. Third time viewer missed your wicked puts on Friday. Now, that was a nice trade on Friday. Okay, weekly 50% retrace. We're already there. So there are willing buyers in this area. So if you're looking to go short in this area, right, you're going to have to wait until the buyers are not there or they get overwhelmed by the incoming supply. Okay. So nice bounce off that daily upside breaker. Qs are above that daily upside breaker. IWM reclaimed the daily upside breaker. The Dow never came into that, so the Dow has the most amount of relative strength in comparison to the 3. Okay. Where is my arrow? All right, that's a sufficient scalp. All right, Shockwave 15 coming up. I feel more confident letting the action settle for a bit. Absolutely. Trump is live on CNBC. Let's pull it up. Let's pull it up. Let's pull it up. Anytime that takes place, guys, let me know. We'll get that coverage immediately. All right, let's do it.
Our little hearts out.
Who is Steve Witkoff speaking with, Mr. President?
Can you guys hear? Thumbs up if you can hear.
Top person, don't forget. We wiped out the leadership phase 1, phase 2, and largely phase 3. But
Trump is live. Thank you, Vanus.
Is the most respected and the leader. You know, it's a little tough. We wiped out everybody. No, not the supreme leader. We don't. Well, nobody heard of the second supreme leader, the son. We have not heard from the son. Every once in a while you see a statement made, but we haven't. We don't know if he's living. But the people that seem to be running it, and they seem that based on really fact, because things they've said have taken place. Again. Because I don't want him to be killed. Okay? I don't want him to be killed. Nobody wants to be that. Nobody wants that job right now.
Okay, Shockwave 15 hours here. So far at low confidence. Call trigger 659.52. Put trigger 656.07. Do your due diligence. All right.
To American airports, Newsmax, sir. You deployed IC.
You're not doing a very good job.
You deployed IC.
You're not doing a good job. Did you hear me? Okay, go ahead.
What exactly do you want from these talks?
CNN over Newsmax. You believe it?
Looking for these talks, Mr. President?
We're looking for all of the things that we've been talking about. We want to see no nuclear bomb, no nuclear weapon, not even close to it. Low key in the missiles. We want to see peace in the Middle East. We want the nuclear dust. We're going to want that, and I think we're going to get that. We've agreed to that. Yeah, we've agreed to that.
You want the enriched uranium before you can end
And we want no enrichment, but we also want the enriched uranium. If this happens, it's a great start for Iran to build itself back, and it's everything that we want. And it's also great for Israel, and it's great for the other Middle Eastern countries, Saudi Arabia, UAE, Qatar, all of them, Kuwait, and Bahrain in particular. So it's great for all of them.
If the war is ending, do you still need $200 billion?
It's always nice to have.
It's always nice to have.
Inflamed world, and the Democrats inflame it. You know, largely the Democrats inflame it. Let me just talk about the others. So ISIS has done very well.
Just saw your comment, Dr. Jones. That's hilarious. 100%.
You know, murderers, criminals, and others. But for purposes of the airport, I've requested that they take off the mask. I don't like it for the airport, and I believe they are willing to do that.
Wear masks, not at the airport, but they need to do it when they're out in the country.
The people coming into the airport, typically speaking, aren't murderers, killers, drug dealers, etc. There may be a few of them, but there are many. They're people that want to come into the country, or they're people.
All right, I'm waiting for Shockwave 15 to trigger. In the meantime, I'm just gonna sit it through, let the dust settle. We continue to gravitate towards those daily opens across all 4 indexes. No real separation so far. Initial reaction off that daily upside breaker when the bulls favor. Again, if we do come into this territory, we don't see the buyer step in. I can't take that to the downside if I get that nice retrace reject of that hold, or that hold to the downside. So none of the indexes have triggered so far. So again, make sure to like the video. We'll continue to listen here.
They're really, really loyal and great, and it's not easy for them. And this is all caused by the Democrats. It's just so you know, all this money was approved. Everything was approved. This is done. The Democrats went in, and they want to have radical left lunatics come into our country. They want to have drug dealers. They want to have murderers come into our country. They want to have open borders, and we're not letting it happen. That's what this is all about. They don't want voter ID. They don't want proof of citizenship. They don't want mail-in ballots. They're so corrupt. What they want The only thing they want is mail-in ballots. So we also added, as you know, into the Save America Act, and it's called Save America. It's not the Save Act, but we added no transgender mutilization of our children, and no men in women's sports.
If these talks go well, and you reach
I don't think he's going to be a diplomat.
if these talks go well and you reach a ceasefire agreement with Iran, do you believe Israel would abide by that agreement?
I think Israel will be very happy with what we have. We just
All right.
a while ago.
Market is just indecisive here, guys. Massive gap up. We're hugging that daily open. So far, we're marking out this channel initial. This channel led to that reaction off this key zone led to that bounce. Okay, this is this key zone exactly. Okay, and that bounce, of course, downward compression break, and now that gave us a higher high. We got a series of lows here. Each of those lows are higher than the previous low. So, of course, this is the channel we're currently trading in. Who's the first to break? The Qs are the first to break. See if the Qs can hold. See if the Qs can hold. It looks like Mega Cap Tech is leading the way. See who joins right behind that. I want to see the Qs hold above that level. Okay, I want to see the Qs hold above that level. That level is 692.23. I want to see if we can hold above it on the Qs. I like which way the VIX is going. Okay, we're giving it a slight bull edge, about a 25% confidence. Score is still an F. So the Qs are the first one to go. It looks like IW or SPY can join here shortly. So the Qs are the first ones to break. I want to see how the Qs work out here. Okay, so the Qs, see if the signal on the Qs can last. If it can, I'll take it to the upside. Okay, U.S. oil starting to crack here. We want to see that. Oil is starting to crack. On the Qs, I'm looking at the 590s, a little further out. Further strike, 590s. I want to see if the 590s can hold on the Qs. Come back. I want that signal to stay there. I like how crude is starting to push lower. I'll take the Qs right there. Okay, I'm in the Qs here. Calls in the Qs. My risk on the Qs is that's 591. Okay, so 591. There's a make or break setup, meaning, all right, either hit target, scale out, or stop me out. Hit target, scale out, or stop me out. Oh, guys, I went the wrong way. I took the puts by accident. Let me get out of there. All right. So I took the puts accidentally on the Qs. See if we can. First trade. Fumble on the first trade. See if the Qs can come back in. If they can come back in, that'd be great. Okay, I'll take the Qs right there. So first attempt, took the puts instead of the calls. Had to close at about 5-6%. And now the Qs, again, stop me out all the way down there or hit TP. Hit TP. Hit TP or scale out. All right, scale out or hit TP. That's going to be the trade on the Qs. SPY will continue to wait on SPY. Qs going south aggressively. My risk is 691.40. 691.40. Want that level to hold. IW, I'm starting to cross over as well. See if IW can hold above that level. So risk has already been allocated to the Qs, down about 10%. QQQ leading the way, so the first to lead. If we can get a break above that 592.50s, that'd be great. That put us in good shape. SPY, I'm keeping a close eye on SPY as well. Okay, see if the Qs can continue to push. Okay, SPY is starting to trigger here as well. Qs up 8%. Okay, TP where you need to if you took that. Shockwave, that's the first idea on Shockwave. I'm looking for scale out. So with this Qs, it's more of a positional trade, unlike SPY. Right, I want to see a scale out reminder or a TP. But again, if you want a TP before that, feel free. Up 12. Okay, and I want SPY to hold above this level, guys. I want SPY to hold above this level. Okay, SPY. Hold above that 50% retrace. Qs hold above that's 592.51. Did see 12. SPY starting to trigger as well. See if the risk reward box can get printed on SPY. Okay, QQQ calls up 12%, 13, 14. Up 15. There we go. There we go, Q, 17, 18. I'm going to take some off right there at 18. Thank you very much. All right, just for safe measure. Okay. First scale out at 18 on Qs. Up 19. If you took the Qs to the upside. Okay. Dollar signs in the chat, guys. Dollar signs in the chat. SPY didn't provide that risk reward box yet. Okay, see if the Qs can continue. I want the Qs to remain above 592. Okay, 592. SPY continue to climb. Stay above 592.70. No close below here. No close below there. First scale at 18 on QQQ. QQQ is the first one to lead. SPY, see if SPY can hold above this level as well. It's encountering that 660 psychological level. Okay, see if the Qs can continue. I want those runners to keep going. IWM did trigger as well. SPY triggered as well. If we get back below 592.60, we'll close out on the Qs. Okay. I'll close the runners out on the Qs right there. Okay. So Qs, are able to take Qs. Didn't get the scale out, but 18, that's too good to turn down. And then close the rest out right there. So if SPY can recalibrate itself here, get above 659.55, I'll take SPY. Okay, I'll take SPY. So who took the Qs? Okay, so Qs are starting to collapse here. So that's a great scale out. SPY about to get stopped out. If it can get back above that level, I like that. All right. The reason why I decided to go with the Qs because the Qs were the first ones to push. If SPY can reclaim 659.55, okay, I'll be willing. Let that clear out. All right, so first trade on the Qs actually went the wrong way. All right, I took the puts by accident at the close immediately. Nothing wrong with mail-in ballots. I did the drop box. Okay. All right, SPY. I need that reclaim. Reclaim SPY. Reclaim on SPY. VIX is starting to wake up. IW does look appealing. IW does look appealing, but it might be ready to slide to the downside. So QQQ. This is the QQQ trade here. So we took it to the upside. See if SPY can start to shape up. I want that reclaim on SPY. VIX is showing some strength, so reclaim on SPY will be there for it. Looking at the 662s on SPY. How are we looking, guys? How are we looking? If it's a simple day today, straightforward day, all the work gets done first shift. I want that reclaim. Reclaim, I'm there. Okay, well. Okay, let's take a listen to the president still speaking, so be very careful. Let's continue to listen.
If we didn't hit them with the B-2 bombers, they would have had, within 2 weeks of that attack, that's why we hit them, because we knew they would have had a nuclear weapon. They would have used it on Israel and the entire Middle East.
Overall crime in Memphis is down 43% since you began this task force. Is this a template you think is
Well,
working?
what I'm doing today, really, this was supposed to be, this was...
I want that hold. I'll take SPY right there.
This was before we had this situation with Iran.
Again, when the SPY calls here, I want to see a nice hold above that level on that reclaim. See if SPY can start to wake up. I want the VIX. Okay, I want the VIX to stay below. Let's make some boundaries. VIX stay below 2441. Okay. See if SPY can start to push. We do have that 660 above. We'll continue to listen, guys, so just be very careful here. president is still speaking. Anything can go. Anything can fly. Just be very careful. Let's take a listen.
Well, we think all we can do is think, look, we have numerous leader groups. They've all been killed. Very dangerous position. Khomeini was killed. Khomeini's son is unavailable. Nobody knows what happened.
There goes IWM. Who took IW? IW starting to go. There goes SPY. There goes SPY. Up 8. Push, push, push. I want that push. Hold above 660. Hold above 660. That would be great. Okay. TP where you need to, guys. Okay. It's not easy to come by 8 or 10. Those single-digit TPs, high single-digit, double-digit TPs are not easy to come by. As the first day of the week, let it continue to pile. I want that acceleration above 660. Okay. 660 acceleration. That'd be great. Go, go, go. I like which way the VIX is going. I want this to hold now. This reclaim will be an NC. Okay, this will be an NC now. 660. That's a critical level for us to break and continue to push. If we can get above 660, we have room to that first TP. Okay. Let's continue to listen. I want that nice push. I want that nice push above 660. We did C9, so if you did TP, all right, you already got what you needed. 660, critical level, guys. Okay. Go, go, go. Get above it, get above it, get above it. Okay, get above it. Catch a bit above it. Hold it. VIX, stay below 24.41. All right. Okay, see if we get one more little push. My NC's here. I want no close below here. Okay, we'll continue to listen.
Voter ID, and so important, proof of citizenship, etc. Thank you very much.
Whose idea was that to put ice at the airport?
We're dealing really
Whose idea was it?
mine. That was mine.
And can I ask you? You said
That was
there-
like the paperclip. You know the story of the paperclip? 182 years ago, a man discovered the paper.
I want that hold above 660. That's what it's going to come down to, guys. 660. 660 is going to come down to that. If we can hold above it, continue to push, that'd be great. If we can't hold above it, more than likely we start gravitating back towards 659.55. All right, so make or break type of level here. So I want to see a nice push above it. My NCs here, if we close back below here, then this support starts to get compromised. Then I'll get stopped out. All right, I want to see double digits. Did see 8, 9. Okay, we'll give it a chance. We'll give it a chance to go as long as it doesn't close below NC. First trade already worked in our favor. Qs. Okay, after 6% stop out, 18%. Accidental stop out, and to see if the SPY can start to get its act together. What I don't like is how the VIX is starting to wake up. What I don't like is how the VIX is starting to wake up. We're going to give the VIX some space, but we don't want to start waking up aggressively here. All right. 5 minute, we want that 5 minute to get above that open. Okay, that 660 close. Close back above it, that'd be great. Okay, that's what we're fighting for here. That's a critical level. The Dow triggered. IW is out of here, guys. IW is out of here. There we go. There we go. There we go. TP where you need to if you need to, guys. All right, I'm going to keep saying that like a broken record. Okay, that's 11. 660 hold. That 5 minute candle. See if you get that continued push. 2 minutes left. If you took that, dollar signs in the chat. I want the 60 to 660 to hold, so no closes below this area here. Okay. I want that 660 to turn to the new floor. I like how the VIX is starting to break down. Okay. Up 8. Push, push, push. Five minute looks solid. The Qs need to join the party. The Qs are the only ones that are lagging right now. If you took that, dollar signs in the chat, guys. Up 11, 14. There we go. Scale out. Okay, I'm going to take a majority off right there at 14. Thank you very much. Okay. First scale up 14. It's up 15. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Scale out reminder right there. My NC would be right here. 660 would be my base. Let's go, guys. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Let's go, let's go, let's go. If we close below there, then I'll part ways. Okay, I'm out of there. Our runners break even, all right? There we go. Who took that? Okay. 14, 15% right there. We wanted to see that hold for that nice little push. If you took that, great job. And then I scaled out of those runners once we fell back below level. All right, so that's the kind of environment it's in. And at the same time, okay, it's getting chippy. What I mean by that is support. Support's starting to crack. I mean, it's not starting to crack, but what I'm saying is if it starts to crack, it can start to slide. So if all it can give me is 14, I'll take it at that scale out. All right, I'll take it at that scale out. Dollar signs, if you took that, guys, 2 trades outside of that error on my end on QQQ, which cost me 4 to 6%. Both trades worked in our favor nicely. 18% scale out, 14% scale out. Okay, all within 30 minutes. All right. Primarily using shockwave, okay, as confirmation. As confirmation, but not using it blindly. As confirmation. Okay, that's what we took the calls. Okay. So again, you can start to see the VIX is waking up. We're starting to put some pressure on that support. We're starting to see VIX. That level is 24.40. How we doing, strikers? How we doing, strikers? Stopped out 20%. Beautiful job, Lynn. IWM did run up. IWM did run up there. The fact that the Qs couldn't get that break was a tell as well as VIX starting to wake up. Look at IW. Scale on IW. Beautiful job, Lynn. If you took that or something similar to that. QQQ. Got the job done as well, and SPY. So nothing hit target, but there were scale outs available. In this case, we're starting to compromise. We're starting to put some pressure on the support. So support is starting to fold. Support is starting to crack. Okay, so we first touch, second touch, third touch, we broke it. So now, if we can stay below this key zone, potential head and shoulder possibly back into the lows, as long as these highs don't get violated. Who's done for the day? Who's done for the day? 15% SPY, beautiful job, Turbo. 30% IWM, beautiful job. All right, we're going to keep it clean this week. Very, very clean. Okay, very clean this week. Again, guys, make sure to like the video. We're 24 minutes away from the conclusion of first shift. Let's get 100 likes. A lot of these ideas, okay, were brought to you by Shockwave 15. All right. So we're just using that to support the things we're doing already. The initial thing I wanted to see was, okay, game plan was I want to see how we interact with that daily upside breaker. Right? When we do interact with that daily upside breaker, what we basically took is the remnants of that reaction. If that makes sense. All right, we get that nice little push off that, and there's some follow through behind it into that break. Now the only issue is we're in this area where we said we don't want price to be in constantly. This sticky area. Okay, this area can act as glue. If it acts as glue, more than likely we get that chop back and forth. And now we're kind of starting to become range bound. All right, kind of starting to become range bound unless we get that continued push. So for us to really start to move here, we need to get above these highs and start to seek that PMH. All right, so willing buyers are here. Okay, so where are the willing buyers? The willing buyers are down there. Okay, and there's a little bit of sellers in pre-market there. Okay, they have not showed up in intraday yet, but cannot lead to that follow through. All right, so this would be a sensitive area. So in between, if we're gonna trade in this range, let me close this. If we're gonna trade in this range, if the president does decide to speak again, guys, just give me a heads up. Okay, if we're gonna trade in this range, we gotta trade the range. All right, so that's something to pay attention to for the remainder of first shift going to second shift. All right. I solely trade SPY, miss QQQ. I think SPY is moving down in a couple minutes. We are bearish daily. SPY will do a short move. Okay, all day. I missed the calls now. I have to wait. Good morning, Nico. Good morning. Beautiful job, Joe. Good morning, beautiful job, Calvin. Gerald as well. I want to see if we get some sort of head and shoulder formation here. Okay, if the VIX stays above 2440, I'll look for it. VIX falls back below 2440. Get that nice reclaim 660. This can be another push to the upside. All right, that'll be enough trades for first shift for me. Okay, so sometimes what happens is as the indicator is gathering the data and trying to give you generate that signal, right? It's going to give you those signals where it shows up and it disappears. So what you want to look for is when it's officially there, when it's confirmed, is you want to look for that risk reward box to get drawn based on your risk reward tolerance. All right, I would say 70% of the time, this risk reward tolerance, this risk reward box is about 20 to 25, maybe upwards of 30% risk. Right, it just depends. It could be sometimes 15. I would say 15 to 25%. Right, could be a little wide, but that's on you to assess. Hey, you know what? Do I want to treat it as a scalp? Scalp meaning you're scaling out before the reminders. All right, or you want to take it for that continued push, kind of like what we did on the Qs. On the Qs, I was looking to scale out, but that 17-18% was too good to turn down. So change of plans on that side. All right. NVIDIA, beautiful job, Joe. Beautiful. All the indexes, Qs, it looks like the Qs are hugging VWAP. It's starting to turn to a little bit of a mess here. All right, so let it kind of just create separation away from here or come to support or resistance, guys. Let it come to support or resistance, meaning so far this is coming from that pre-market initial rejection. So we don't have a lot of data as far as the intraday activity is concerned, how we feel about that level. So we'll just pay attention. We'll pay attention closely on that, monitor that interaction. All right, so we'll give it the benefit of the doubt. That PMH is all the way up there at that 666.80. That would imply that we would, okay, if we're going to PMH, that would imply that we break. Okay, that's phase one. Okay, we get above here, phase two, and we make that initial run. All right, that's what it'll imply. So which means if you're not in position here, if it does start to break, if it gets this break of this resistance, that retest, that hold can provide that gateway into PMH, right? If you're on that confirm push to avoid some of the action in between this area. Okay, so far 2 trades. All right, this head and shoulder starting to brew. This is very similar to what day of the week was it? I believe it was 6-0 in our chat. Caught that massive drop, second shift last week or the week before. All right. If this high gets taken out, then it gets invalidated. VIX is back below the 2440. See if we can start to climb. Beautiful job, Joey. Look at that, guys. Okay, we got our AI. You see the AI alerts, guys? Look. So you have to do your due diligence. The first idea here. Okay, CVX. It gives you the symbol. Okay. It gives you the breakout and a scalp ID as well. All right, does it give you the confidence? It should give you the confidence or something. All right, so just do your due diligence on these names. Don't take anything blindly, of course. All right. Some sweep activity here as well. Okay. Okay, just based on these 2 setups on Qs, Shockwave 15. Okay, paid itself off. It's going to be game changing, guys. I can't wait. So a delay on the release of the indicator, guys. Okay, there's a delay on the release. So again, apologies for the delay. I just want to make sure you guys have all the documentation and videos that go with it. All right. It's going to be available. It is available in the App Store right now, right? But it's not. There's a way where I have to give you access to it. All right. But once it's released, It's available. The indicator is live, but there's no access or payment portal to it right away. I just have to get that connected and the documentation for it as well. All right. That's the last piece of it. So that should be available Q2. All right. We tried to get that early release. So Q2 will be the way it goes. If the VIX is choppy, so today will be sideways trade. This was a lot of fun to watch. I'm more leaning toward day trading, but this video has sealed the deal. Thank you for the exposure. Absolutely, guys. Absolutely. I'm a big proponent for day trading, scalp trading. All right. Okay, so we just kind of just moved here. Another idea. All right. It's already hit it once on Q, once on SPY. Again, if the VIX continues to push lower into 640, 2440, not 640, the market will be broken. All right. Make sure to like the video, guys. In the meantime, strikers, how we doing? Folks on Google Meets. Strikers on Google Meets, how we doing, guys? If we tested you up by 7:30, what time zone are you in, Sancho? 7:30, I believe, is 10:30 Eastern, possibly. Sitting in the 650 strike, 0 DTEs, 1 DTE, 4 DTE puts. So in the meantime, if you want to see the indicator play out in real time, you're going to have to be in the Discord. All right, if you want to see it on the chart, we have that available on the Discord on those names. I want to see. We did see some sweeps. SPY calls come in. 660 strike, expire tomorrow. QQQ IBIT, nothing too significant. So we're still leaning a little bit towards the bullish side as far as options flow is concerned. Today we did see some sweeps come in, puts and calls. And you want to take this last one here? Okay, if you did manage accordingly, guys, manage accordingly. Scalar reminder there, probably at that double-digit mark. No trades yet for me. Okay, good. NVIDIA, scale out. Double top scale out. NVIDIA, let's see what NVIDIA is up to. Ooh, that's great for you to be able to extract 31% on NVIDIA. Not easy. Did get stopped out there. NVIDIA on that break. Shockwave 15. Right. Very difficult to extract 31% out of this mess intraday, but tremendous job. That just speaks to your ability to scalp this. Not easy at all. Okay, let's take a look at some names across the board on our watch list as we come close to the end of first shift. SNDK. Out of here. Hit TP. NVIDIA. Stopped out, of course. AMD. Chop Fest. JPM. Stopped out. Palantir. So still in play. Palantir still in play. Has not unfolded yet. Broadcom. Okay, still in play. So no scale out or stop out. Meta. You know what? Let me put an alert on Meta. Okay, Meta. Not available yet. MU. MU breaks below. It puts on MU. Scale out reminder there. So MU played out nicely. Apple. Okay, the forbidden fruit. Okay, nothing so far on Apple. No signal, even though it... See, this is what I like about it is even though it does break, it doesn't give you the signal. All right, because it's trying to give you the one that's most likely to work out. Amazon. Okay, this last one is pushing, guys. Last one is pumping. Let's go back to SPY. That last one is pumping. That last one might be the one that hits TP. So you can see now printed there. But to hit TP, TP is at 661.25. This is all fueled by that interaction with that daily upside breaker. Anyone take that? Okay. The market internals are bullish, so it may move to downside trend. Okay. The main thing is, guys, we want to pay close attention to. Okay. Well, the reason why I like this is when crude broke below that 88, it's starting to try to hold above it. So let me put that alert back on that 88 here. Okay. That's what gave us the confidence on that QQQ trade. You can see all the game plan this morning, guys. The importance of that game plan prep stream, right, is just so important. This was the area. All right, daily upside breaker 50 MA holds. Same thing with the Qs. Okay, holds. Where is our friend Dow? Dow comes into it slightly, right? Holds. IW comes into it, falls below it, reclaims it, holds. So all four of the indexes, okay, opened up above that daily upside breaker. All right, so Friday's highs. They open up above Friday's highs with that gap up. They open up above it, okay, come into it, all right? And eventually, the response is back to the upside. The degree in which they came into it varies. SPY came into it, bounced. QQQ came into it, fell below it, spent some time below it, reclaimed. Okay, IWM did the same thing as well. Okay, and the Dow barely came into it, barely just wicked into it. Okay, so all that was from pre-market prep. Okay. As far as where we are in a bigger picture, guys, bigger picture thinking. Let's not lose sight. All right, let's not lose sight. Let's go to SPY. Bigger picture thinking. SPY, bigger picture thinking. SPY. Okay, okie dokie. We're back above that 200 EMA. We were down 7% as of yesterday. Now we're only down 5%, 5.6. Okay, so is this legit? If we can hold that 200 EMA, okay, is this legit? And now the only thing is we need to, the de-escalation needs to remain. We can't let it be some sort of TP hit. We can't let it be some sort of, sometimes the commander-in-chief likes to put things out there. It's all negotiation, okay? He likes to put things out there initially when there's no agreement, just to move the goalpost a little bit, just to get some upper hand, right? So we want it to be legit on both sides. If it is, then that might have been, that could have possibly been that nice little lower low, okay? That lower low initially. So this went all the way to TP, guys. This went all the way to TP. So whether you took it here, whether you took it there, right? TP1 hit. There we go. Beautiful job, Calvin. Beautiful, 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 beautiful. Have 100. Good, good, good. Keep it clean. Beautiful job, Firefly. Anyone else? A 100 likes is the goal, guys. 100 likes is the goal. During first shift. Okay, so make sure to like the video. We have close to 200 people joining us. If you're just jumping in, do me a favor, smash the like button. We're at 50 likes. We're a little light on the likes. There it goes. 75% confidence, strong bull control. So don't chase. All right, who's in this? Strikers, if you're in this, Meta's starting to wake up. Meta's starting to wake up. See if Meta can join the party. The first shift close out. So our trade might have been a little early. Okay, it might have been a little early to get that in, but regardless, we did our work. Regardless, we did our work. All right, there we go. Who's green? If you're green, stay clean. Wow, look at that, guys. We're above that with 50% retrace on the weekly. We're headed towards this next level, that daily upside target already. Daily upside target is about to turn to monster push. Look at that. Firefly, way to go, way to go. All right, so you want to be in position for trades like this. Okay. Everything's going. Even the Qs. Qs are starting to go as well. Qs are starting to go. SPY already hit TP1. TP2. The next TP, guys, is 662.97. That coincides with that daily upside target. So that we do have a key zone here. Slight key zone there. All right, so this is the channel the bulls are using. This is the channel the bulls are using. This is very reminiscent. Is this Liberation Day 2.0? Similar. Not the same. Liberation was more volatile. Right? It's just interesting that everything is lining up. Almost. Okay. Date for date, month to month, the same thing. My goodness, guys. What a push the upside. What a push, what a push, what a push. I will not chase. I will not chase. Tell me about it, Lynn. Runner up 50%. Beautiful job. Milk it, guys. If you're in those runners, milk it, milk it. Just mark out your NC. Let's go back to the game plan chart real quick. We discussed the importance of this area here, right? If you recall, that first initial moves from here to here. That already took place. Okay. So now we're testing this area. If we can get past that territory, this would be the move. So now in pursuit of this move, what setups, okay, if we do get to hold above this level, turns to support, what setups do we have, okay, to take advantage of a leg like this if it does transpire, right? Of course, you can't buy it here. It's not there anymore. But as it's going up, so pullbacks off EMAs and key levels would be the best way. Okay, instead of trying to catch the top, right, you might not have the best position because you might sit through a little bit of back and forth and you might get stopped out. Even though you're right, the best way would probably be if we can get that continued push, flip this area into support after a break, pullbacks into critical levels along with pullbacks into some of those shorter EMAs. All right, so this is up for grabs right now. So in this area, guys, let me know in the chat. Would you be bullish or bearish? Are you bullish in this area? All right, so 30 minutes from now, we're going to be above this and continue to accelerate. Or 30 minutes from now, are we going to reject off of this and work our way back at the lows of the day? What we do know is there's some willing buyers here. Okay, so again, that can, within itself, that first shift grab is right there for the taking. Okay. See if this key zone can hold. If it doesn't hold, more than likely it gets to the support of this channel. The bulls are using this channel, right? So the bulls are using this channel. If this channel starts to crack, support on this channel starts to crack, then that might be the early sign. VIX is right at that 24. VIX is starting to wake up. See if we can hold above that 24. If it stays below 24, starts to accelerate into the 20 into the 23s, that's going to be bullish. If it holds 24, gets above 24, that might lead SPY to come back and give this support a run for its money. Okay? Give this support a run for its money. So that run up, guys, that was a nice run up. That's a run up of $2.78. So at least you can squeeze at least 50 to 60% out of those runners. If you scaled out, double digit scale out, and then of course you hit TP, right? And this part is just icing on the cake. Okay, icing on the cake. You're almost fully scaled out. Maybe you have one runner left and you're trying to see there's more left on it. And then if it gets back below this key zone, you can treat that as your NC. VIX is starting to wake up. So as VIX starts to wake up, we start rejecting off of this zone that we just mentioned. Does that lead to a crack and a fail of this channel support? Or does channel support hold up? So this is when the the bears start entering the chat. Okay, so they start to see if the support can hold and if we can start to push back the downside. As we're coming in, we're going to come into some critical EMAs. Okay, we're going to come into those EMAs. All right, so we're about 2 minutes and some change away from first shift's conclusion. Who took that last push up to the upside, guys? If you did, beautiful job. Who's done for the day? Who's done for the day? DFTD. Who's DFTD? DFTD's in the chat. Caught the reversal. Beautiful job, ERA. XOM pumping. So we didn't get that alert on crude. That alert was break below 88. So we know that crude is not breaking lows. Yeah, look at ExxonMobil, guys. ExxonMobil. All right. Call. Boom. Scale out. Boom. TP1, TP2 hit. So ExxonMobil is the one that was bullish out the most bullish as far as sector is concerned, of course. It's probably the one bright spot in the market. And the fact that everything rallied further helped ExxonMobil push higher. So you would think, hey, if crude is pushing lower or push lower, ExxonMobil would start to fall to the downside, but it didn't get that response. Good, guys. Again, now it's going to come down to discipline. So if you're green up until now, first shift is officially done. Okay, first shift is in the books. Let us know how you did. We did take 2 trades. Both trades worked in our favor. Double-digit gains on both. Did botch the first trade. Took the puts accidentally instead of the calls. I had to quickly close out of that position. Reassess, re-engage. Outside of that, it was a pretty straightforward shift where we'll take advantage of that nice little push to the upside. And this nice push came in a little later. And then now, going into second shift, guys, look for areas you're looking to get involved for potential setups. What are some areas you're looking to get involved for potential setups? If you're trading, what are those setups? What are you looking for? And if you're done for the day, be done for the day. All right. The objective on Monday is to keep it clean, to start off the week on the right foot, okay, and start to build some momentum into the rest of the week. All right. So by no means was today easy. Of course, we had that pre-market pump that kind of just threw everyone off. We waited. We were calculated. Our opportunity was there. We struck, and now we moved to the side. All right, so now it's up to you. The ball's in your court. Do you want to continue to play? Okay. Keep in mind, guys, the market is undefeated. You're playing a game where the market will always, if you continue to play, the market will eventually win. But if you can win for one day, all right, just take the W, come back the next day. Take the W, come back the next day, and don't let the greed to get more get you involved in more setups. All right, so I'll pay attention to highs and lows. That's what I'll exist. When you say 24, I'm impressed. Okay, I'm impressed. Set a buy at 658.940 on TradingView, but did it on my account. I was right the first time. I didn't pull the trigger. I didn't want to say I should have. Just need more faith in me. Absolutely, guys. At some point in time, it's just about executing. Right in the beginning, again, if you're just getting started, the nerves are real. All right, you just have to get used to it. Just to get used to the nerves, maybe use less size. Okay, just use less size to get comfortable. All right, there's no way you're gonna just make the nerves go away. The longer you do it, okay, you just get more used to it. But the nerves are still there. The anxiousness is still there. Okay, the thrill is still there when you're right. The agony is still there when you're wrong. But the longer you do it, the better you get at managing it. Think of it like this. When you think of a surgeon, all right, a surgeon is cutting into people's bodies, seeing blood, removing organs, whatever type of surgeon they are, whatever the specialty is, right? To us, it just seems unimaginable, or to me, it seems unimaginable. It seems gruesome. But to them, right, they're not thinking of the actual cutting up the body, this is this. They're thinking of, this is what I got to do to help this person. This is what I got to do to provide that service for this person, to help them. All right. And they're treating it as a job. So they kind of have to put that initial feeling to the back burner through years of training. All right. Most people, if they see that much blood, maybe they'll pass out. Right. I'll tell you a story. My second son, when he was born, it was done through C-section. Okay, my first two were done was natural, and my second one was C-section. Okay, and I was in the room, and I almost passed out. What got me was all the noises, like the cutting, the blades, all that. Just, and I was standing up. Before you know it, I'm not the type of guy that passes out, but I was about to pass out. I was very, very lightheaded, about to pass out, and one of the nurses told me to have a seat, and gave me apple juice. Okay, so again, I can't deal with that because I don't have that experience. I don't have that level of exposure. I'm not trained to deal with it. Same thing in trading. In the beginning, those nerves are going to be all over the place. All right, but the longer you do it, the better you are trained. The better you get dealing with those nerves. The better you get dealing with what you're seeing in front of you, so you can properly do your job. Right? So you're not removing it, you're just dealing with it so you can properly do your job. Right? So the surgeons, they're dealing with the blood. It's not like they're ignoring it, it's there. They're dealing with it so they can properly execute their job. Okay? That's what being a professional is. All right? So we're just chopping around within first shift's range. Make sure to subscribe, guys. Let's get the subscriptions up. On YouTube, goal this week, see if we can crack 4,100. Crack 4,100, that'd be great. Last week we did crack 4K. That's a tremendous, tremendous milestone for our channel. If you do have any questions, put your question in the chat. I'm not sure if I said 24. All right, so beautiful job, Cowboy. No, I'm in no position so far. No positions as of now. All right. Trade one was here, and QQQ as well. QQQ and SPY were the trades for today. On another note, I sold my remaining unrestricted shares of VCX for 650% return. Wow. Look at that, guys. On the wake up, 650% return for one of our members. Strikers, let me know if you guys see these channels, okay? So let me know if you guys see these channels. All right? Let me know if you see those channels. Look at that. That might be the biggest return this month or maybe this year for any of our members. 650, beautiful job, Lynn. All right, so this channel is getting put to the test. Okay. Nice rejection off that key zone. We're starting to fade here. We have the key zone down here. We're sandwiched. We can't go back and forth, tit for tat between those two key zones. We got that engulfing candle on the 5, engulfing candle on the 5 on the down, engulfing candle on the 5 on IW as well. We're starting to slide. Let's go back to our game plan chart real quick. All right, so we did get that nice push into that key, into that zone up there, that initial resistance that we did see in pre-market. In pre-market, we came into it. Okay, we just hit a brick wall. So now does this send us all the way down here? Okay, more than likely it's not going to be a straight line lower, but gradually does it send us all the way down here, or is this just trying to find that next natural higher low? That's the $1 million question. Okay, that is the $1 million question. But that rejection did take place. Inputs, beautiful, beautiful. Off that retrace reject Firefly. That'd be counter trend, right? That would be counter trend going against that channel to the break. All right, so counter trending the fact that we didn't make those lower lows yet. So that's counter trend against EMA. So just again, be mindful. Take it piece by piece. Take it piece by piece. Opening price is right at that 658 even. 658 even, so that's going to be that fine line in the sand. Okay, that's going to be that fine line in the sand. Folks, let's get the likes up on YouTube, guys. We have 170 plus people. 50 likes, 170, 50. All right, so make sure to do me a favor and like the video. We will do the giveaway once we get to 100 likes. So continue to smash that like button if you're just jumping in. And if you're in already, make sure to hit the like button. That tremendously helps. Okay, you might have room into 660. You have room into 660, and then take it from there. Firefly, right, as it comes into this area, right? You want to see get that nice little push at 660, 660, hold below 660 as it collides with those EMAs. Bigger picture, when we take a look at the hourly, this is where we are. Okay, hourly. Okay, let's take this off real quick. This is the channel we've been trading in. Okay, so support, 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 resistance, resistance, resistance. So is this a nice little touch of that? Could be. All right. So we're still in that channel. So until we break out of this channel, okay, until we break out of this channel, all right, we're still in bearish structure on the hourly. New 5-minute candle here. New 10-minute candle as well. 5 minutes away from 15-minute candle. This could be a little bit of a back and forth chop zone as well. VIX is starting to wake up. VIX is starting to wake up. Okay, by the end of the day, I want to see where we are in relation to that 50 EMA. By the end of the day, I want to see where we are in relation to that 50 EMA. VWAP is in that 658.86 territory. So it looks like all the index are selling off on the 5. All right, still in an uptrend. All right, still in an uptrend. All right, we did break out of this channel, so let's see where this next low's coming in. Let's see if this next, these next set of highs where they're coming as well. All right, if we start to use this path, okay, we get that high, we got that lower high, we got the low, lower lows. We take out these lows down here, then we start to get that nice V-shaped dump. Instead of a recovery, V-shaped dump back to downside. Okay, nice ascension, staircase up, and maybe staircase down. It doesn't always have to be elevator down. Staircase up, staircase down type of scenario. Potentially brewing. First test is that 660, daily open, weekly 50% retrace. When you converge those three things, we'd have this nice key zone. VIX continues to accelerate. VIX is back above 24, looking to seek that 25. Is currently sitting right at that 24.60, so 24.50. Hold will allow us to come as close, will allow us to drop into this key zone. Inverse correlation. All right, so it's and the relation between VIX and SPY, it's complicated, but face value, it's inverse. So what I mean by that, say for instance, this is VIX, this is SPY. Okay, face value, they do the opposite. Okay, SPY goes up, VIX goes down. SPY goes down, VIX goes up. All right, that's the one thing to pay attention to. There's nuance to the relationship. Okay, sometimes SPY goes up, VIX does nothing. Okay, VIX goes down, SPY does nothing. All right, that's maybe like the second when you peel the layers back, that's a second tier of that relationship. But at face value, SPY goes up, VIX goes down. Why? Because the market doesn't like uncertainty. The market doesn't like the way the market tries to price in uncertainties through volatility. All right, that's kind of the fear and greed. Whenever there's fear, fear equals uncertainty. Or uncertainty equals fear, and that gets translated into the VIX. So that's our measure of uncertainty. Market doesn't like uncertainty. It needs to know how to price things in. It's a forward-looking mechanism. If it has trouble pricing things in, it becomes more volatile. It becomes more indecisive. It starts to make some larger moves. Okay, those moves can be range bound. Those moves can be expansions. It can vary. But the volatility increases, okay, when there's uncertainty. So that's how we gauge it. Okay. Any other questions? I'd love to take more trades. Maybe have one or two more lottos if they can present an opportunity. But the heavy lifting was done in first shift. All right. So again, this indicator will be available. Soon. Q2 guys, Q2 will be available. If you go to indicators, all right, Chakra 15 Pro, it's already there. All right, but it's restricted. It's invite only. So again, if you are interested, make sure to just put on your watch list. All right, your favorites, put on under your favorites, and then when it gets released, I'll send you the link so it can be yours. All right. It can be yours, and we will discuss that, of course. We'll do the proper formal release in Q2. So we're already in Q2. So again, make sure to jump in the Discord before then. We did add some features to the Discord. More features coming in. We got that flow data coming in. The AI alerts. The last one, of course, was AR, was on the hourly chart. Nice breakout. We got a breakout there. It said SoFi. Expect them to pan out. 82% confidence from AI. Puts, SoFi puts, 17 strike. Right, so don't take it at face value. Do your due diligence. All right, that can just be supplementary. Intel calls. More than likely, we need to pay attention to it on the hourly in this case. All right, so somewhat of a bigger picture. Okay, INTC. Okay, those calls are starting to go. That's about 59% confidence. Okay, so you get that nice little downward compression break. EMA is being tested. All right, look what we get to, guys. We get right to that 660. Right, so right to that 660, and the VIX falls back below that critical level. All right, so back and forth in this area can lead to that chop back and forth. So if you're in the short from here, you're targeting 660. If you want more, right, the conditions have changed. Because, again, when you're shorting that uptrend, you're initially starting it off as a scalp. Okay, there. Look at that, guys. Look at that 660 bounce. Look at that bounce. Wow. VIX falls off a cliff. We start to get that aggressive bounce. Engulfing candle on the 15. We have a new hourly candle, top of the hour candle coming in 13 minutes. Bounce across all the indexes. Downward compression break as well on SPY. Can we hold above key zone will be the critical question here. This key zone. Right, in pursuit of that first shift highs. I want to see how we interact with first shift highs as well. IW at 250. See if we can get above that first target, IW. Right. The actual is in relation to what's taking place here, a little cleaner here. Starting to get a little slow down. We're moving about $1.47 per 5-minute candle. IV did drop about 15%. Okay, it did open about 40. Okay. It's about 15% down than before. Glad I scaled out. Always good to TP. Right. The main thing is just having something to show for it. And sometimes it goes, sometimes it doesn't. But if you have something to show for it, even when it doesn't go, in the event it doesn't go, at least you're not taking too much of that damage. Okay, we're just chopping here back and forth. How we doing so far, strikers? How we doing? Okay, I'm cash now. Let me know that I answered your question at BR Lola. Again, guys, make sure to like the video. Let's get the likes up. We have 175 people joining us. Less than 100 likes. Do me a favor, smash the like button. Is there a benefit to scalping over scaling? I'm unavailable during the shift hours. So scalping and scaling, those are two different, you mean scalping and day trading? Scaling just means the manner in which you're entering and exiting positions. Okay, that's what scaling is, right? If we take a look at it from the intraday perspective, that's what scaling is. It means as your position is working in your favor, okay, say if you're in the calls, okay, this is your level. You're on price to break. Back in the range we go, guys. Okay. It breaks. As it breaks, scaling would mean you're scaling out of the position. Means you're taking some profits off the table as it's working in your favor. Okay. That's from a reward management standpoint. All right. Hey, you know what? I'm in the position. It's working in my favor. I'm scaling out as it goes near my target. All right. As it goes in the desired direction, right? And it's going near my target. You're scaling out. So scalping is just a style of day trading that just happens very, very quickly. That's what scaling out. Scaling in would mean the opposite. So scaling into a position would mean, hey, you know what? You're interested in getting calls, say in this case, calls at this particular level. And this is predefined. Okay, maybe you have an early entry before it comes to the level. Sometimes price comes into areas and before it hits the level, it goes. And then you have another one just in case if it does that one of those maneuvers. So scaling would be, hey, you know what? I'm going to scale in here just in case it doesn't come into that level, but it coincides with my game plan. It coincides with my defined risk. And if it breaks that level and reclaims it, I add more there. So that would be scaling in. So scaling in and scaling out are just different ways to manage your entry and your exit. All right. So as far as entries are concerned, I don't scale into my entry. All right. My entry is my entry. The price I pay is the price I pay, but I do scale out of the profit. Okay. The reason why I don't scale out of the entry into the entry is because you have to have a proven way of doing it. That can easily lead to adding to losers. All right. So that can, since scaling, there's a fine line between scaling in and adding to losers. If you don't define that fine line, right, you're basically what you're doing is you're adding to losers. You've developed that bad habit. If you can define that fine line and it works with your system, by all means, refine it. But to me, I can get caught up in the gray area where sometimes I'm scaling in, sometimes I'm adding to losers, and that line is not defined. Therefore, I stay away from it. Okay. As far as scalping is concerned, I just, hey, you know what? There's one shot, one kill. So to balance it out, all right, so I have the re-engagement policy. If I do get stopped out, if I am in too early, I will get stopped out, and if it does set up again, I'll re-engage. So to avoid scaling in, okay, I'd rather, from my perspective, from my style, I'd rather get stopped out and re-engage. Because if you're scaling in, you get in early and you're scaling again, and it takes a slide, now that turns into a huge loss. So my bottom line is to reduce, okay, the size of the losses. So that works out better for me. Yeah, it's taking profits. I've been scalping for restaurant work. Yeah, you can do it from anywhere, guys. I mean, so hopefully that answered your question. That crazy teacher. Are you a teacher, by the way? If so, what subject? Still holding runners. I'm waiting for a big dump. Okay, good. Anyone else, guys? I'd love to click some more buttons in this area. I want to see if we can sweep those highs or use that as a nice little retest point. But as long as we're in this area, guys, this is just market rebate program. Okay, market rebate program. It means all the profits you made here, you give it back. You give it back to the market. So basically, you're just holding the market's money. All right, and you just give it back. You give it back to the market. Okay, in this area, unless you already have that defined risk, unless it's already part of your plan. So therefore, this would be a no trade area for me. Right? I'll let it settle. I'll let the dust settle in that area. If you can avoid areas where price action is sticky, price action is slow, and try to get involved in areas where it's smoother, all right, you're going to know fairly quickly if you're right or wrong. And that's my edge. My edge is knowing if I'm right or wrong fairly quickly. If it takes some time, especially in an area where it's been choppy, right, the fact that it's taking time can start to eat that premium. So you can be right in the long run, but if it takes too much time, that premium gets chewed up. So it's almost like you don't have enough time to be right. So the one way to balance that out, of course, is for the daily contracts. There's always, counter. This happens, okay, do this. This happens, okay, do this. This work, this is my particular style, okay, this is what I want to do. This is something that works against me, okay, what can I put in place to avoid said thing? Fifth grade math teacher, awesome. Fifth grade math, that's you guys are doing. Are you guys in algebra yet? Or is it like fractions, multiplying, dividing, fractions, decimals, all that good stuff? AMD, thoughts on AMD 200 strike, March 27th expiry. AMD, let's take a look at it. AMD 200 strike. So let's do this. So AMD is in the money already, so deep in the money. So I'm assuming if you're in the position already, it should be 200. Those 200s are deep in the money, about $10 in the money. All right, so we're in the money on AMD. March 27th. That gives us basically until $27th is the end of the week, right? So the Fridays, 27th. Okay. So if you're in already, you're in the green. If you're looking to take a position, all right, again, this is just what I would do. By no means am I saying do X, Y, Z. And more than likely, you need this to hold, right, at the current moment. All right, we did break above that weekly upside breaker. We do have a little bit of overhead resistance there. Just one. So just one level. I'll just say a pivot rather than resistance. All right, I'll declare that a pivot rather than a resistance level. All right, so if AMD can just sort itself out and hold above this territory here, the market continues to rally, okay? If the market continues to push, AMD between 205.24, 206.39, you can make a case for AMD there. All right, the only thing is, what is your risk? What is the defined risk? Right? If it's a trade that's going all the way to Friday, right? You might say, you know what, my risk is a little sometimes what people do is what they trade the further dated contracts, and they trade those as intraday trades. All right, so you can say maybe, hey, you know what? This hourly can be my level. Back into this territory, that's about a 2-to-1. It just really depends on what you're looking to get out of it. But number one, always define that risk first. All right, so if AMD can hold this territory, downward compression, indexes continue to push. Sometimes AMD likes to do its own thing in relation to the semiconductors. But again, overall, if the sentiment is bullish across the board, AMD can get bought back up as well. So I'll be paying attention to this nice little downward compression on AMD. All right, but that's already deep in the money there. Okay. I just saw your question, Patrick. Or Partik. All right. Any other questions, guys? Any other questions? Any other questions? Let me know. Beautiful job. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful job. Jake 11. First day in the community. About a 50 bucks or so per con. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Welcome to the team. Again, guys, if you're looking to join the Discord, price increase coming in Q2. All right, we're adding more features to it. We're rolling out more features to provide as much value as possible. The education is done through live trading every single day. Delay-free, ad-free, game plan, access to a ton of resources. So make sure to join. Okay, make sure to join this week. I did open up a few more spots. Okay, make sure to join this week. We're still going to be live on YouTube. April comes around. Okay, those features will be fully integrated into the community. Price increase will be in full effect. All right, so get in while you can. Folks who are in already, who trusted the program. All right, your price is your price as long as you're a member. All right, you're always going to be grandfathered in. Did we get any big sweeps? I want to see if we can get a hold above this level. Okay, can we get a hold above key zone? That's question number one. So outside of TLT, nothing else here. Let's do the filter. Okay. Can we hold above this key zone? This key zone is interesting because this is right where the 50% retrace the weekly is. Yeah, that break is nice. And that thing is playing out nicely. Nice target at 66.91. Beautiful job. So getting in before the break. Love that, Richie. So now you have a little bit of room into that break. A little more room to run once you're in before the break. IW's out of here. All right, so continue to push higher, guys. Continue to push higher. Trend remains. We did stall here for a little bit, but it still remains intact. Okay, U.S. oil broke below 87.93, so it's starting to break to the downside. Crude is starting to break the downside. That's opened up the gateway for us to continue to push. We do have some kind of around the bottom cup and handle situation. All right, so in this case, the handle would be key zone territory. It's starting to go. Target for the calls, target already been hit. Target number 2 is 662.97. So this initial target got hit. The next target is all the way up here, 662.97. Look at that, guys. As soon as crude broke, SPY flew. Look at IW. IW hit target as well. Dow going. Everything's going. Yesterday's price is not today's price. It's I think is Fat Joe. That's true. Yesterday's price and everything. That's basically The best definition, the best working definition of inflation. All right. The best working definition of inflation can be boiled down to yesterday's price is not today's price. Accumulation or distribution, AMD. So to answer that, I'll probably have to go to the 15-minute time frame to see. Okay, now see you can hold above this here for that last leg into PMH. See if we're in the clear. And PMH. And you want to take that, by the way, if you took that, beautiful job. Okay. This is still, as we're continuing to push, we're still distributing. So distributing just means, just think of it as a markup or markdown. So accumulation means we're just accumulating. All right, we're indecisive. We're just revving up, and then before the actual move, we manipulate, and then we do the intended move. And there doesn't always have to be a manipulation before a distribution. All right, so these are all theories. What I mean by that is there doesn't have to always be manipulation for distribution. Same thing with if you think of Wyckoff's price model, right? Accumulation, markup, distribution, markdown. These are just ways to interpret market cycles. Okay, so nice grab of those highs. So see if you get that nice little cup. We got that cup. See if you get that handle off that key zone. All right, so anytime we're marking up, think of that as distribution. Anytime we're expanding, think of that as distribution. Up 54%. Look at that, guys. Beautiful job, beautiful job. Yeah, IW, that nice little last signal IW. Right here. So IW, home run. Came in here. So do we get this nice cup and handle situation here? Let me take this off. We're out of that area. Right, nice cup and handle situation. Still don't see duns in the day. Who's done for the day? I think all of you are looking for more. I'm short NQ 24,610 entry, expecting a sharp pullback to the downside. Okay. So the poll question this morning was 5-day strike pause headline, SPY reaction today. 65% of you said bullish, 35% of you said bearish. Keep in mind, guys, it is Monday. We still have 5 rounds to go, so don't get too caught up with what's going on. If you're done for the day, be done. All right, save your ammo, save your mental capital. This is just the beginning of the week. Going along oil. Let's take a look at oil here. Okay, that hourly's falling off a cliff. All right, the lows we got into this today, okay, was these lows down here at 84.34. So we got that retrace reject off that weekly downside breaker. Retrace reject. We continue to push the downside. That opens up the floodgates for us to continue to push on SPY. All right, so as long as oil stays below 80, close to 88, there's a good chance it can start to target that 84, 30, 37 territory that opens up the gateway. All right. Let's see if we can come into here. That nice little key zone bounce. More than likely, there's an EMA waiting for us there. So naturally, first shift high grab. This first shift high grab send us to here for that nice little shallow pullback, or this first shift high grab lead us into this key zone here, which coincides with that 660, that daily open, that week of 50% retrace. I think I'm done for the day. Working the late night shift this week. My internal clock will be totally off. Yeah, the sleeping patterns and everything will be thrown off. So good to preserve mental capital. On top of that, trading as well. Yeah, third shift is no joke, right? I did work third shift for a few years. Third shift is no joke. I would clock in at 9. Okay. And then get out at 7. And the key with third shift is basically got to sleep right away. If you don't sleep right away, all right, and if you see too much light, especially on that drive home, it's very difficult for you to fall back asleep or try to get some sleep. So my hack was, as soon as I get home, just sleep. From 7, I'd sleep until maybe 12, 12:30, and then boom, ready to rock and roll. But when you do work third, it's usually less days, right? So I do prefer that. So when I was working, I did prefer working 4 days a week, 10 hours, rather than 5 days a week, 8 hours. All right, if it was up to me, I would probably just do 15-15, do 15 hours within 3 days, or try to crank out that 40 hours within 3 days and have the rest of the time off. Okay. Oh, 11 to 8. Yeah, that one is a little, yeah, that does throw you off. And to get back, so when I stopped working third shift, to get back to normal, it took some time, right? Because I couldn't sleep at nighttime. My brain would start ready to work, ready to do some things at nighttime. So it's the opposite. The hard part is reprogramming yourself back to cooling your brain down at nighttime, and then trying to getting it to pick back up during the day. I've done 312s. Yeah, 312s. Anything to if while I'm there, if I can do more hours while I'm there, and not come back another day, I'll take that. Right. So come fewer days, spend more time, equals, to me, more days off. Okay, just my math would be more days off. Maybe less. It's the same amount of hours. At the end, it's the same amount of net hours. We have more days. We're going back and forth at these highs. See if we can, as long as we can hold this territory here, we can see a nice push to the upside. If you're looking to get the calls there, it is at a premium. And no interruptions. Yeah. So that hour, Lynn, that first shift, if you can master first shift, will be more than enough. And again, I know most of you guys work different schedules, work full time, different professions, and there's different levels of demand on you physically, mentally. So it's very important to be as focused as possible. All right, when you are engaged, try to be as engaged as possible, but when you're disengaged, be completely disengaged. And that's why this entire shift-to-shift framework was designed. all right, to try to get that idea in within that hour. Okay, because my argument is, all right, there are so many opportunities on SPY that, matter of fact, there's too many opportunities. Okay, so now the question becomes, which are deciphering between great and good opportunities. And now looking for those great opportunities in the optimal times, 9:30 to 11:30. So between those times, right, that's when it's most optimal. You still can trade midday, okay? So you can trade midday, but midday, right, it's either you're trading continuations, all right, we're going to continue to expand, okay, or we're going to be range bound by midday. Midday, fewer setups present themselves, fewer quality setups present themselves. So midday trading will require you to maybe set alerts and passively watch it. When you get the alert, you assess, and you want to put your alerts a little before. That's the trick. Okay, so I'm paying attention to level here. I don't want my alert right at the level unless I'm paying attention to it. But if I'm passively paying attention to the market, say I'm occupied with a client or I'm occupied with a ticket or whatever it is, right? Maybe I'll put my alert here just a little before, maybe a couple alerts, one before and one a little closer to it, all right, just to give me a heads up. All right, because if you get alerted at that exact level, or if I get alerted at that exact level, there's only two ways for me to engage it. A, I'm not going to just jump in right away just because it triggered. Now I either have to see a hold or I have to see a retest. But if I can see something, if I can identify something before the alert triggers to put me in position, that's the ideal. That's the ideal way. Right. So if you don't have the luxury of constantly being on the charts at work, the alerts and the way you use alerts is going to be very, very important. So having those little tricks in your bags. Right, setting alerts, alert before an alert. Obviously, you don't want to get too carried away. Have like 30 alerts. If you have like 30 alerts, you don't know what's going. But the cool thing is we trade one ticker, okay, most of the time. So if you can narrow your universe down to one ticker, right, you by having a few alerts, okay, you'll even know where we are in relation to those key levels if you've been doing this for quite some time. But if you have alerts, if you have 10, 15 alerts across 15 names, all right, you're going to lose sight of what the chart really looks like. If I get a visual of the prior day, and I know where the key levels are and I don't have a chance to look at the charts and I have alerts set at these exact key levels that I use every day, I can almost visually see where we are. Not candle by candle what's taking place, but I can visually kind of map out without looking at the chart where we are. That's why these key levels are so important. So if I'm above that daily upside breaker, I know, okay, in relation to prior day's highs, we're above it. If I haven't broken that daily upside breaker, daily downside breaker, and we're constantly alerting that 50% retrace today, then I know that's back and forth chop. All right, so everything is designed to help you keep it as simple as possible and to focus on one ticker. Of course, I traded QQQ today as well, but 90% of the trades come on SPY. All right, so between these, all right, especially we've been adding QQQ and IW to the fold. All right, between those three, that's more than one is enough. Two is more than enough. Three might even be too much, if you ask me, because one is more than enough. Okay, scale out 10%. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Inputs NC above 662.50. Beautiful job with that grab, 662.50. Okay, nice. Beautiful job, Firefly. Nice taking that grab. That has room into this kill zone. for my ICT traders. Key zone. Key zone. Yeah, if you guys want to join the community, guys, let me put the link. The link is pinned in the chat. Okay, make sure to join. Take advantage. Use the code 20%. Use the code 20%. I'll drop the link here. So I did open up more spots. All right, so that's all the spots I can open up for this week. For some reason, I thought this week was the end of the month, right? So we still have a couple of days next week, and then April kicks off in the middle of the week. Okay, so this is the code to join. This is the code to join. Okay. That's all the spots left, guys. I cannot make any more spots than that. Okay. That's all the spots left. All right. Beautiful job, Firefly. Again, we're coming into those EMAs. This is a natural bounce off those EMAs. For this bounce to be sufficient, more than likely we need to start gravitating back towards that 24. If you can get that slice right through key zone, that'd be nice. We'll look out for the hammer. It might be hammer time here, guys. I'll look out for the hammer for that next trade. Get a hammer on the 5. Of that key zone, we'll be there for it. I'm looking at the 663s. And that'll be our lotto for the day. Okay, no hammer. We slice through key zone. We respect the sellers up here. This is a high grab. First shift high grab. So if you're in those puts, you want to see a close below this key zone. There we go. Okay, VIX continues to push. So no hammer. So we're testing some of those EMAs as well. So we're still not in the clear. So nothing so far. I want to see something similar to here. Next key zone is here. So it's either I keep my idea in this area or this area. Look at that drop, guys. Beautiful job, Firefly. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Okay, if you guys are looking to join, use code 20%. 20 percentage sign. %, and 100 likes will do the giveaway. So hammer still on the horizon. But you see the VIX to cool off. So let the bears get paid. Let the bears get paid. Hammers across the board. I want to see hammers. Let the bears get compensated for their efforts. Want to see a nice reclaim. Get that nice reclaim. We'll be there for it. Okay, I'll take it right there. Okay, I'm on the calls. Lotto for the day. I want that NC to hold. I want that that key zone to hold. My risk is right here. So see here that cup and handle. If you did take that, manage accordingly, guys. The hammer is still brewing, so hammer is still not in the clear. Okay, see if they continue to push higher. There we go. Up 5. There we go. Up 8. I will scale out of double digits. This key zone now becomes my NC. And you want to take that. If you did take that, beautiful job, guys. Up 10. Up 15. Up 16. I'm going to take some off right there. Thank you very much. First scale out 15. Now that 5-minute candle, I want that 5-minute candle to continue to push. I want that 5-minute candle to continue to push with some force. Okay, my NC would be right here. Dollar signs if you took that, guys. That took place quickly. That reclaim will let the bears get paid first. So no close below here. No close below here. I want that 5-minute candle to hold. Okay. See if you can get back above. Get back above here. Reclaim enforcement. And see if those runners can start running. Regain enforcement 662.02. VIX, my friend VIX, stay below and start going south towards 24, I should say. Up 18. There we go, guys. Go, go, go. I want to hold above 662.02. I want to hold above it. Okay, make sure you TP where you need to. Mark out your NC. There's my NC here. So no close there. I want the VIX, but maybe I'll give it some less room. I want it to go towards 24. Okay, start waking up, go to 24. I'm seeing those hammers across the board. For the next 20 seconds, as this new 15-minute candle starts to emerge, if we can hold above 602, that's 602, and it's in the way, 602.01 level, we'll be in good shape. Up 22%, guys. Go, go, go. Okay, now we need to trigger this, and we'll be 2 down, 2 up. So we're in good position for that break. All right, if you already TP'd, beautiful job. And we can trigger that, we'd be good to go. Okay, see if we get a nice push above 662.09. My NC would be right here, team. No close below there. All right, no close below there, and I'll sit through the rest of it. All right, get that push in due time. So the fact that we did scale out of 17 gives us a little bit of wiggle room to see if we can get that last little push to the upside. That 5-minute, we just need the 5-minute to trigger those highs. This coincides with that cup and handle we discussed. This coincides with this zone that we discussed as well in the 15. Okay, now we need that separation away from it. All right, some sort of separation. Starting to pull back here. Hold above 661.45, no close below that. That coincides closely with this NC. We close below that, then I'll move to the side. See if we can wake up here. Okay, VIX is starting to wake up. Okay, I'll close. Runners there. All right. So nice little push. At peak, did see 22. VIX started to wake up, and then now we're starting to slide back to downside. All right, anyone take that? Okay. So that's 3 trades today, and that'll be it for our trades. All right. And look at the VIX, guys. VIX just launched. VIX just got launched out of a cannon. All right, just shot out of a cannon. Continues to push the upside. And if it falls below 660.70, it triggers the other side. It triggers the other side. All right, let's get 100 likes, guys. 100 likes is the goal. We're a little light on the likes today. Okay, 100 likes is the goal for the giveaway. Outside of that, outside of fat fingering the first trade, took the puts instead of the calls. Everything else worked in our favor nicely. All right. So again, if it continued to push, I need the VIX to stay below 24, 22. And now there's some fuel behind this grab. There's some fuel behind that grab. Okay, let me take that off. So those are the three trades. Calls here and on QQQ. All right, so 3 to 5 is my objective today. All three worked out on our favor. And this goes back to being a key zone. That reclaim was nice. And second shift, guys. Second shift is about to wrap up. Second shift, beautiful job, Mimi. Second shift is about to wrap up. Closeout runner. A lot of work to do barely green. If you're green, guys, stay clean. If you're green, stay clean. All right, it's just day one. It's day one, or round one of the 5-round fight. We're putting some pressure on that wave on the 5. VIX continues to go. All right, it's officially second or third shift. So second shift, we took that nice little push to the upside. Okay, first shift, Qs and SPY, calls. So everything has been calls. So everything has been calls to the upside. And all of them nice, healthy double-digit push. Now it's going to come down to this key zone here. Okay, so now just as important as those highs were, the next setup becomes how do we interact with these highs here? How do we interact with the lows down there? And so if you're still in the trenches looking for an idea, you want to tie your ideas to those levels. Anything in between, it's either you're already in or you stay clean. If you're looking to take things from the inside, you're trying to go to the outside. If you're looking to take things from the outside, you're looking to go on the inside until prove otherwise. So if I'm looking for this sweep of these lows, if that's my idea, okay, say that's the idea, I'm looking to trade back into this territory. In the event where this takes place, I'm wrong. In the event where the breakdown reject takes place, I'm wrong. So I should no longer have a horse in the race if I'm wrong. So until proven otherwise, okay, if I were still going to trade, that's what I would look for on both ends. You can see it played out nicely here. First shift, it grabs those highs. Okay, slides to the downside. In the event where this continued to expand, if you took puts up here, you're wrong. You move to the side. On to the next one. If you refuse to be wrong, all right, we all know how it goes, guys. You're gonna sing the sad song. Okay, the sad song is tears. The market will literally make you cry. Okay, or make you cry for help, or make you cry for all sorts of things. Check your DM. Okay, guys? Slow slide to the downside. 5 minutes starting to close below those waves. VIX is starting to wake up. All right. So now we are, remember that zone we discussed, right? We got above it, came back into it, tried to get above it. Now we're creating separation away from it. So second shift lows are these lows down here. So these are the most important lows. If you can just kind of look forward, if you're trying to make a case, okay, let's do it together. Let's do it together, guys. If you're making a case for price ending up down here, all right, you're gonna go short. What is some kind of pattern you can look for? All right, if you're looking for a reversal, head and shoulder pattern might be the gateway. How do you maneuver? How do you capitalize off it? It depends on how you're trying to take it. If you're looking for that neckline break, right? Initially, if we get a grab of this, and then that turns that right shoulder, we slide. Okay, break that support. That'd be that neckline break. Or if you're SAT, okay, that right shoulder rejection into the neckline break. Okay, so if you start to find ways how we can end up down here, so that means it's either that right shoulder into the break of that support, or that clear breakdown below the support, retrace, reject into this gateway there, into that runway there. Okay. If you're looking for that short, back the downside. So let the levels break. Let the opportunities present themselves. All right. So front running, unless you do it really, really well, okay, might take a couple of attempts. All right. We're starting to break down fully there. And if you see on the one, you can kind of see a form. So left head, right somewhere. If you make the argument within the one structure, left head, right. Okay, make sure to like the video, guys. Let's do the giveaway today. We're going to run the stream until 12:30, 1 o'clock. Yes, 0 DTEs. Yes, we trade 0 DTEs. Right, during the first 2 hours, 0 DTEs, yes. So not everyone in our group trades 0 DTEs, okay? So they trade the contracts that are best suited for their particular style. So we have a lot of great traders who trade 1 DTEs, 2 DTEs, 3 DTEs. When you join, do you get called by a signal indicator? Or no, the Shockwave 15 system that comes with the indicator does not come with your membership. But if you're watching live, okay, you do have access to the indicator. You can see the levels on the indicator. You can see the levels on my chart. I did the scalp. Did y'all get the double top on GQQ 1K contract for 2K in 15 months? Beautiful job, Mr. Stocks. I wait for a 659 level, 658 possibly for that rebounds. Okay. I got in the AM trying to hold. Tricky situation, sadly. A cleaner on double top on the Qs on the 5. QQQ. Yep, nice double top on the Qs. Beautiful, beautiful job. There's a nice double top there. On the Qs into 656 area. Nice and tough. Now we're here, guys. We are here in that key zone. If we continue to break down, looks like we're headed back towards that daily open. So I want to see if we sweep these lows or get that retrace reject off that level. Sweep or retrace reject, okay? Do buyers pick it up, or is there too much selling pressure that leads us lower? To give you context, if it's going north. VWAP is coming up as well. Okay, VWAP is coming up. Strikers. VWAP coming up on the Qs as well. That VWAP coincides with that daily upside breaker on the Qs. VWAP on the Dow, quite a ways away. VWAP on IWM, just around the corner as well. So VWAP test plus that key level. just subscribe. Cool. On YouTube or if you subscribe to the community, you'll have the automatic instructions. All right, make sure to join and follow the instructions in the WAP. All right. There we go. Close under 30%. One left 50%. Beautiful job, Firefly. All right, and great job on sitting through a little bit of that push the upside. There you go. You're great at calling the dumps, catching the dumps. Always play to your strengths. Beautiful. Daily open is next. All right, daily open is next. If we can hold below this key zone. VIX has room to 25. VWAP is being tested, guys. VWAP being tested on SPY. VWAP being tested on the Qs. So VWAP test coming up. Beautiful. I love that word, re-engaged. I love that word, re-engaged. All right, sometimes we forget as traders. We think that, hey, that one trade that we do take is the only one we can take. So we forget that, hey, you know what? We can actually close the trade and re-engage. Right? It's not death do us apart. We're not married to the position. We're seeing some orders coming in. Google. We got a sweep on Google. 2 large orders, 340 strike. We got some sweeps coming in on SNDK. A put sweep. 600 strike. Meta sweep. So this is for the April 2nd, guys. So let me know, guys. Strikers, are we seeing the data feed? All right, give me a thumbs up if you're seeing the data feed. Crude breaks those lows once again. Some large orders coming in. So let me know if you guys can see it. Okay, just give me a thumbs up if you guys can see the data feed. Where is that guy from? Is he from a show or just a random meme guy? VWAP is right there. We're below VWAP currently. If you're still short, what you don't want to see is you don't want to see a hammer off that VWAP. All right. If you're looking to go long, you're going to see buyers stepping up off of VWAP. If you trade VWAP, if you don't trade VWAP, you're just watching. All right. A nice bounce on VWAP so far on that 5. See if that 5-minute candle can hold. For this to be sufficient, we need the VIX to go south. Okay. Stay below. Stay below. When I say sufficient back the upside. Stay below that at 2385. If we continue to climb above 2385 on the VIX, start getting towards 25, then we probably start to crack that VWAP. So 3 of the 4 indexes testing VWAP here. Last trade, scalp to the upside. Nice 17% scalp, stopped out on runners. This breakdown, first shift high grab. All right. You take the most amount of risk. All right. And you get the biggest reward. Most amount of risk, biggest reward. Okay. Help us get to 4,600, 100 subs, guys. 4,100 subs. That's the next goal. All right. We're 40 subs away. Beautiful. Are you still in that Firefly? If you are, let's go. Okay. Vine days. Look at that breakdown, guys. One of our traders did catch that. For this to really go to daily open, hold above 25. Hold above 25. Hold above 25. So far that 5-minute candle has a minute and 30 seconds left for it to close below the VWAP. The 1 minute close below VWAP already took place. This is true for SPY, Qs, and IWM, and the Dow is headed towards VWAP. Okay, the Dow is headed towards VWAP. Beautiful job, 90% for Firefly. Firefly will bring the donuts tomorrow. Firefly and Sancho. Okay, let's pull up what our friends at CNBC have to say. Surprisingly, I was all call side today. All right, that's the beauty. You can be bullish or bearish. Intraday. That 5-minute VWAP test is still, we still haven't created that clear separation away from it. Okay, we're still not in the clear fully. So if you're using the VWAP as your target, that's a great target, especially from this key zone to there. If you're in from here, right, there's multiple targets that have been hit. So those runners are doing a lot of that heavy lifting. So this 5-minute candle here is critical. 5-minute candle here, we got a doji on the 5-minute candle on SPY right at VWAP. Okay, doji on the Qs. Somewhat of a hammerish type of candle on IW. So I'll put an alert above those highs. Cancel. No, I don't want above there. Okay, here we go. Cross above it, we're getting an alert. Cross below it, we're getting an alert on the Qs. Okay, we're starting to slide. SPY as well, we're getting an alert. Cross below it. There goes the Qs. There goes the Qs. There goes SPY. For this to really get the daily open, guys, we need the VIX to accelerate above 25. Daily open is at 658. So everything is headed towards that daily open. SPY is 68 cents away. The Qs are 11 cents away. The Dow is $1.11 away. IWM is $1.52 away. So the closest one to that daily open for it to go back to being break even or possibly dip into the red is the Qs. Okay, the Qs are on the footsteps of flipping red on the day. VIX accelerates above that 25. Starting to speed up. Starting to speed up here. Let's go back to our 15-minute. Okay. And then now it looks like we're making our way all the way back into this territory up here. So if we kind of just, well, look at that drop, guys. Beautiful drop. A daily open. The Qs went red on the day. The Qs are the first ones to go red on the day. SPY is 26 cents away from going red. Daily open retest, 29 cents away. The Dow still 91 cents away from that level. So the Qs are the first ones to go negative on the day. VIX shot out of a rocket. Above 25. Okay. Confidence moderate for 50%. Slight bullish. Slight bullish still. A little bit bullish C. See if there's enough. A little bit of bulls to protect us to the upside. Okay, nice daily open bounce on the Qs off that 590.52. 16 cent appreciation so far. So see if that holds on the Qs. Let's take a listen here real quick. I'm going to refill my coffee here, guys, real quick. In the meantime, smash the like button. 100 likes will do the giveaway at 12 o'clock. All right, so I'm going to take a quick coffee refill break, and we'll be right back. Let's take a listen to CNBC in the meantime.
How they see themselves on how they can contribute to a larger prosperity of the humankind without undermining the possibility to respect rights and to respect freedom of speech and to respect creativity coming from others. So not self-preferencing always themselves.
Right. I guess some of the fears, too, is that if you pause for regulation, you slow down in this global race, particularly against players in China that are moving very, very quickly. So what's your message to them in that to prevent sort of a monopoly, but also to enable them to move quickly?
Of course, security, ethics, development come along together. And it is true that working on how we can ensure a level playing field is key, but it is not the only concern. Cybersecurity, as you have been saying, is quite an issue. But I say also that the respect of rights of others, including competitors, is key. So interoperability, capacity to train the algorithm with the right data is quite key, allowing others to get this data, to keep on ensuring sound information, working on AI agents that could be, how to say, controlling, developing the capacity to assess and advocate for different tools, instruments, and contents is very key. And this is why I thought that it was so important to have a candid conversation with them all to ensure that to the extent possible we are properly aligned. Big tech in the US are doing fantastically well, and yet China is going at the highest speed in this field. And I think that ensuring that we can keep an eye on how things may evolve is very important.
You get to the stakes of it with things like agents, where there are more security concerns. The EU, though, has been more aggressive in regulating American tech companies, certainly over the last decade. Has anything structurally changed for these companies? Why should anyone believe that regulation will shape how they build AI when we've got fines, but I'm not sure if we've got actual structural change for these companies, even over in Europe?
Well, I think, in fact, it has been quite a success. It was not intending to target any type of company depending on their nationality, but to ensure that anyone willing to provide and to accept to the digital reality can do on a level playing field basis. And in many cases, it has been small American companies trying to get this competition, this fair market functioning, because European market represents around a third of their global turnover. And it is true that we have achieved lots of things thanks to this regulation that was developed at the beginning during the Trump 1 administration. So working together with our American counterparts that have similar approaches in terms of how they can ensure this market well functioning all over the world. And yes, we were focused on interoperability and access to data. And there are lots of small things that have been improving for any consumer thanks to this way to work, anticipating what it must be respected, what are the things that they can do, what are the things that we expect them not to do, and how we can work together thanks to the specifications that we develop together on how to improve the quality, the transparency, and the openness of their proposals through the platforms, through the cloud, and so on and so on.
Commissioner, I do want to ask you about energy because it's part of your mandate, and it's a lot of what we're talking about on CNBC today. Does the Iran war prove that the EU's bet on clean energy was right, especially as the U.S. has pulled back on clean energy under President Trump and thus more vulnerable to these rising oil and gas prices?
Well, in fact, what we have seen is that those countries that have advanced much more on electrification and clean electricity are better placed today. The wind and the sun do not get stuck in the Strait of Hormuz. But it is true that what we have seen, and these are figures being provided by the director of the International Energy Agency, what we have been witnessing in 3 weeks is the destruction of production of oil and gas equivalent to the whole destruction of oil taking place in the two crises of the 70s, plus the heavy impact of the invasion of Ukraine on natural gas global market. So it is very important not only for the energy markets as such, but also in terms of fertilizers, electricity that do connect to gas prices, chemical industry, and so on.
Whoa, what a drop there. Nice little break there. We are below the daily open here, guys. I'm both spying the cues. It looks like we gave up everything to the upside. All that massive push was just a nice little leg lower. Back to downside. We're back to where we started. So now the day's up for grabs. Who wants it more? Do the bulls want it more? Do the bear want it more? We'll see. For the bears to make some significant strides, they're going to have to get priced into the jaws this gap up. All right? There's no ifs, ands, or buts. For them to start to get a piece or start to make a comeback, they're going to have to try to get into the jaws this gap up. And now if we go back to our chart here, right, 15-minute game plan chart. Remember that key zone we discussed, the importance of that level. And then now as we come into these lows, what are some other patterns, okay, we can identify, all right? On the 15 is critical, okay? You can see potential inverse cup and handle, all right? So if we do come sweep these lows, that can be the formation of that dead cat bounce. Right handle, right, 50-50 can give us that initial leg as well as that right handle estimate. So we'll see what does take place when it gets here. Very scalpable off those lows. All right, if you want to take it short off of this complete breakdown, you want to see it come into this territory, get a nice little bounce, and then start to fade that pop back to downside with confirmation. All right, do we have enough weakness? Do we have enough overhead supply coming into this territory for us to overthrow the bulls here and continue to sell off? That would be a tough task, but it's very possible. But I wouldn't be surprised if we take a quick breather here, refuel, and then make that push back to downside. All right? Runners up 240%. Look at that, guys. 240% for Firefly. Beautiful job. Anyone else caught a piece of that? Even if you came in below VWAP once that doji candle failed, closing some puts here. Beautiful job, Sancho. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Ticks went minus 14. And then now the question becomes, who's next to join? The Qs fell first. Qs triggered the puts. Qs triggered the puts to the downside. All right, Qs triggered the puts to the downside. I already took 3 trades. We're going to keep it clean this Monday. Okay, keep it clean on this Monday. Q's already triggered. Let's take a look at the Qs. Okay, so early trigger on the Qs. The risk reward box has not showed up yet, but early trigger right there on the Qs. Up 300%. My goodness, guys. My goodness. No mercy today. All right, strikers are not having any mercy today. So we're taking a look at the Qs here. Indeed, sell the rip type of environment. I will get that post. I'll get that video posted from yesterday's meeting. We discussed the importance of what kind of things to look for this week in stocks after dark yesterday. 300% for Halusis, 240% for Firefly. Lynn hit us with, I think it was 500% earlier. All right, so my goodness, guys. Let me scroll up just a little bit. Yeah, where is it? 650%. So 3 people today, 3 of our team members. All right. SPY continues to sell off. QQQ signal came in at 11:56, just before 12 o'clock. Anyone else, guys, who's done? I'm going to put the poll here shortly at 12 o'clock. Let's get 100 likes. We'll do the poll. And now we are below that daily upside breaker. Remember the daily upside breaker, the importance of that level. See if we get some buyers to step in at all. Okay, do they step in at all, or is just or is it going to continue to fall? First shift lows, of course, that coincides with that 656.07. Qs, scale out on the Qs. All right, scale out reminder on the Qs. Scale out reminder on the Qs. Okay, scale out reminder on the Qs. So you can scale out on the Qs. We'll take a look at QQQ. Look at the VIX. The VIX is giving us those reads. Are you still in Firefly? If you are, tremendous job. That's how you let those runners go. All right. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful job. Well earned. Well earned, well earned, well earned. Beautiful, 300%. 300%. Beautiful job, guys. Let's take a look at the alerts, some of the alerts that came in. Again, guys, give me a thumbs up if you do see this, okay? So the TTWO, I believe that's Twilio, TSCO, those AI alerts, Alpha Flow. Alpha Flow is a golden sweeps. Google, we're seeing some sweeps coming in Google. Large block trade coming in on IWM. BYND, they do report earnings. All right, so all the flow data, guys, if you do have subscriptions to flow data, there goes SPY. If you do have subscriptions to flow data, all right, that automatically comes with the Discord. All right, flow data that automatically comes, golden sweeps, so on and so forth. I'm on the lookout. I did get unusual whales. All right, just a lot of information, but not useful information. Let's just say that. Okay. No, I have no issues with unusual whales. They're a good source for news on X. They're a good follow. But as far as their platform, a lot of noise, from my opinion, for my style of trading. Right, and they don't have too much integrations with Discord outside of that news feed. So we did advance our news feed there, and our / command that's available. If I do the 0 DTEs, or if I had them, I would have been cooking right now. Still in the another 300 this morning. 1 DTEs there, 4 DT holding. Beautiful job. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. This might be a little overextended, but still the risk is here. All right, so if it closes above there, it gets stopped out. Trimmed a few 4 DTEs, 55%. Look at that, guys. So this is, if I took this, right, I would be stopped out. So out of all the, and this is a little overextended, but that's the nature of those breakdowns. All right, so say even if you took this, right, in relation to the other three, if you get that close above it, then it'll be a stop out. Iran says no talks. I did see that headline earlier, retired Fido, this morning, but it might have just been an attempt to pump the market. All right. Because if the US is talking with someone, who are they talking to? All right, because who's calling the shots? Breaking news. Let's take a look at it. Okay, here you go. Iran Parliament. Okay, if you go to our news feed, guys, Iran Parliament says fake news used to manipulate oil markets. That came in at 11.54. So it looks like they were on Parliament leader. I just got my own question answered. So I do got to say, Unusual Whales, their news feed is fast. All right, it's faster than the other one, so we'll have that. We got some golden sweeps on coin. Dark pool activity on the SPY at 648. We got golden sweep on Google calls. Okay, this is for 618, so this is further out, farther strike. See if it makes that nice little breakdown. So no horse in the race currently. We did see a nice drop to the downside. We eliminated the gains from this morning. Those gains from this morning essentially evaporated. Accumulation. So my puts, I'm out. I got in 3.2 and out 4.9. Beautiful job, James. Israel is calling the shots. Okay, see where that's a nice little 5-minute relief. If you're using the 5, there hasn't been a close above it. If you're using the 1, you maybe got stopped out. We're right at that daily downside breaker. Friday's highs. Inside on the Dow, inside on the 5, inside across all the 5s. Here are guys on the 15. We can see a nice maybe little dead cat bounce off that level, which feeds into that 50-50, which further feeds. Okay, 50-50 is right there, and that possibly feeds us into VWAP. If that feeds us into VWAP, that would be the textbook 50-50. Okay, and that could be the inverse cup and handle. And look at that. That perfectly coincides with VWAP. So if we give it that nice little buffer between that territory, that's the 50-50. Okay. So if it goes all the way there, that's a 50-50. If it's just a tiny little bounce and it just falls below, that's just a very shallow dead cat bounce. Okay, starting to break down once again. Anyone still in position? Anyone still in position? This looks like it wants to get back. Nice little push, relief bounce off that territory. The first shift's low sweep. Still holding, okay. Those runners, all right. It's going to come down to this key zone here, team. Okay, this key zone right here, daily downside breaker, a daily upside breaker in that gap. So we did dip into the jaws of that gap. And that's going to closely coincide with that 25. What takes place at this 25? If we fall back below it, we reclaim this key zone. If we bounce off that 25, get back above it, continue to accelerate towards this 26.35, more than likely we continue to push up 67% of the day and done. Have a blessed day, you two. Let's do the poll real quick, guys. Tremendous way to kick off the week. All right, so everyone was remaining disciplined, waiting for their turn. So a tremendous job. Anyone else? So it looks like these opportunities are coming up in a third shift, right? So a third shift, we're going to see if that continues, all right? So we've been seeing a lot of the opportunities. A good chunk of March take place between first and second. So third shift this time for that grab. See what that leads us to. All right, so we'll put up the poll question. Make sure to answer the poll question. Again, completely voluntary, but it gives us a good feel of overall community sentiment as far as performance is concerned. Okay, so when you're done, answer poll question. If you're done, be done, guys. Put that done for the day. DFTD. How we doing on YouTube? Calls Lotto. Okay, I can see that. Google call. So our community now features, guys. So again, our community now features. Okay, if you took the puts there, a little overextended. If we just took it at face value for what the indicator did give us, that'd be a stop out if you have conservative risk. All right. So we do have the AI alerts. That's based on, of course, TTO. We did have Alpha Flow coming in. Where is Google? Oh, the idea probably came in here. So the last idea that did come in was Intel. And the last idea before that was CVX. If you take a look at the flow, the golden sweep flow on Google that came in was IWM. We did see block order come in there. AVGO sweep order. Amazon call sweep there as well. So we're seeing some calls coming in. Coin. Here's Google right here. Call sweep for the 340 strikes. This is all the way out at 618. So that's further dated. 4.2 for APP. 325 for Amazon. Okay, the 215 strike. See if that flag needs that break. All right. Folks on YouTube, again, make sure to like the video. Let's get 100 likes before 12:30. We'll do the giveaway. Let's try to get as close as possible to 4,070 subs. The closer we get to 4,100, we'll be in good position for that next psychological level. If you're just jumping in, we did take 3 trades today. All 3 trades worked in our favor. First trade on the Qs, again, took the wrong side, stopped out, 5-6%, repositioned, took the puts, nice double-digit gain. And we took, of course, SPY to the upside here. And then our last trade on SPY, we took it to the upside here, and then the runners got stopped out. All right, so 3 trades. All 3 worked in our favor. Outside of that, taking the wrong side off the first trade. And it happens sometimes, guys. Sometimes it happens. To me, it's been happening a little too frequently. So again, can't be sloppy on that execution. I always have to verify and check which side of the trade you're on. Triple inside on the 5 on the Dow. Triple inside on the Dow. Yeah, market manipulation. And I couldn't have said it better. Lynn, market manipulation. All right, that might have been a favor. All right, just get some. Just to give some of maybe the people in some longs a time to exit. All right, hey, you know what? Do us a favor. Make this thing gap up. Give us a little bit of time to exit, and then if it wants to drop, let it drop. Close on our 210. Beautiful job. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Let's see what the flow says here. Check it on the phone. Okay. Now we're just chopping back and forth. Of course, we can clearly see this flag taking place. All right, see if that flag can break. What do we need for that flag to break? Probably we need the VIX to get above 25. All right, now if we go back here, we're starting to see that nice bounce. All right, we sweep those lows, starting to get that nice bounce. Okay, 50-50 waits us at that box. All right, so it's very difficult to go short there. You're shorting that support, you're shorting out after a grab. So now it's either you wait for this to collide with an EMA. Okay, collide with an EMA, upcoming EMA, and get that bearish candlestick combination. Or you let it continue to push higher, let the bulls get paid, and come into this pivotal 50-50 territory where the view up exists. Okay? So either one of the two. So critical EMA, structural break of that support, back to downside after this relief pop, or bulls continue to push it higher, right? You're on something a little more healthier, right? This is still shallow, a little more healthier than you wait for this territory up here. If you're done, you don't have to do either. If you're done, you're not tasked with making any decisions. You're not tasked with processing any information. You're just merely an observer, right? And you're just watching. Okay, so this is the current path the bulls are taking. Does that take us back to daily open? Does that take us back to that daily open? Seeing we've reached the start of the move, almost 100 points today. It's impossible today for you. Yes. All right, we're putting some pressure on that daily upside breaker. Daily upside breaker. We did come and test that. We didn't exactly get to that 9. The Qs got close to that 9. So a 5-minute, 15-minute push to the upside, followed by a breakdown. Let's see if that takes place. It's going to coincide with this level here. Giveaway. Do we have 100 likes? For us to do the giveaway, we need 100 likes, guys. 100 likes is the goal. You show trades at the end of the day. So what you see is the trades that I'm in position for. Okay, so there's a different view you have when you're in the Discord versus on YouTube. On YouTube, you see this screen where my mouse is, and on to the left, there's another screen on Discord as well with the level 2, with the entry and delay free, ad free, and a couple of other tickers there as well. And we did incorporate some of that flow data, some of the order flow, some AI ideas, all these different things we're going to continue to incorporate. So I'm still looking for one more thing to add, which is the gamma stuff. All right, and we'll be good to go. Preferably, I want it to be done automatically. All right. If it can be done automatically instead of me manually doing it, that would be great. But I can provide those gamma levels here. Okay. 0 DTE here. Okay, 664, 654, 653. We have that 660, 663 there. That's on the 0 DTEs. If we take a look at the whales targets, so the whales are the big institutions. All right, so a lot of animals being used. So the whales targets, these are the whales targets. All right, so you can do a lot of cool different stuff. But as far as SPY is concerned, nice breakdown of that flag as far as SPY is concerned. Okay, so this gives us some insight on the call flow, okay, versus all the put flow. So this is this morning at 9:30. You can see the amount of call flow coming in. That white line is SPY's price. Okay, SPY's price. Okay, we open up, we see a lot of call flow coming in. Right, and then now we're starting to see that cross here where we're starting that at around 11:45. We're starting to see the put flow picking up some speed and the call flow tapering off. So a lot of calls. Okay, and this is as that automatic time frame continuity. All right, so the put flow continues to pile in. Okay, so nice structural break of that channel. Continues to push the downside. You don't take that flag break as VIX gets back above 25. So what it really is, guys, is just being patient, okay? Just being patient. Things line up. Allocate risk. Works in your favor. Take profit. If it goes outside your risk, cut the trade. Patient. Same thing. Iran's people demand complete and more punishment of the aggressors. Wow, that's some strong words. Only is that I'm firmly behind their procedure until the goal of the chiefs. So no negotiations have been held in the U.S. Fake news used to manipulate the financial oil markets. Escape the quagmire in which the U.S. and Israel have. Wow. Green. So let us know how you did today, guys. Today's stream. Let us know how you did. If you're green, put green in the chat. If you're yellow, put yellow, meaning break even. If you're red, put red. If you're finding value from the stream, okay, nice breakdown there. Okay, so again, you can see that nice little channel breaks. Once it breaks, nice slide. So instead of taking lows into lower lows, you let it accumulate, and then, of course, break that downside. So as far as Shockwave 15 is concerned, there were two ideas. Okay, 2 ideas. This one never got stopped out. 2 ideas provided. Those ideas went. First idea, scale out. Second idea, of course, went to TP, more than TP1, well above TP1. And third idea here that came in late got stopped out. So that's basically 3 to 4R, 1R. So still 2R, 2 to 3R still. If you took all those trades, green with puts, red. If you're red, guys, don't force the trade. It's midday now. It can start to go back and forth. It'll get a little tricky, right? You want to look for some follow through. Look to take shorts off of pops. All right, so. When you're looking to go short, all right, let it have that clear leg. Okay, let it show some signs of life. Okay, as it's showing some signs of life, come into some critical levels, EMA's there, and then take the drop. Because at least you're not going to get it here. It can go lower, but at least you can sit through a little more there and get a better piece of the move. The inverse logic applies. All right, let's get 100 likes, guys. 100 likes. Okay. Now it's about to be third shift. Or fourth shift, I should say. VIX continues to push. So even though it's fake news, all right, so far, Iran is denying it, all right? Even though it seems to be fake news, all right, the question becomes, we did not reverse that gap up. We did not reverse that gap up. So we have this massive gap up. Okay, have that massive gap up. Now we're starting to sell off and we're in the jaws of that gap up. 50% retrace, that gap is here. Okay, starting to accelerate here, guys. Starting to accelerate after that channel break. Starting to accelerate off that channel break. Once that channel broke, starting to sell off. $100 likes, guys. We need that 100 like threshold. 655 psychological level coming up. With the energy meeting today in Texas, seems the morning message from DJT was all to get the Iranian fossil fuels or forced to. He may have not expected a reply from Iran. Right. There's a method to the madness, if you ask me. All right. There's a method to the madness. Sometimes the people that seem like they're kind of just talking out of the side of their mouth, don't have an idea what they're saying, right? That can just be a distraction. If you go back, all right, timeline from the first strike on Iran, okay, to Venezuela, the kidnapping of the president, and then the invasion of Iran, all right? To me, this was sequence. There's a sequence behind this. All right. Look at that drop. This was all sequencing. But in real time, it looked like, hey, why are we doing these three things? They look independent. But if you look back, it makes sense. From the standpoint of, before you invade said country, you want to take down its potential nuclear capabilities. All right. And then why would you go after Venezuela? Because this can also be a proxy to squeeze China as well. All right. So now we control all the oil on this side, on the east side. And we're already independent. So there's no barrels from Venezuela going to China. And then now Iran is compromised. The Hormuz is being compromised, so that there's more pressure being put. There's not as much oil flowing out of there. So this is all sequencing. It may seem random, but if you really break it down, right? If you look at it, look at each of these steps and how they follow one another. So now, if you really think about it, what is step 4? All right, everything makes sense when you look back. Okay, you can only connect the dots when looking back. All right. So there is some method to the madness, if you ask me. And even this announcement, there's some method to the madness. The only two people that can move the market instantaneously with words is Powell and Trump. Okay. So this is all sequence. This is all strategy. $4D chess. This is actually a nice break here. All right, slow grind lower, but the trend, just follow the trend, guys. Follow the trend. If you're done for the day, guys, be done. So it's interesting to see how this all shakes out. We do have service members in our group, of course. We always are thankful for your service. Right? If you're currently serving, if you've served before, even in the chat, we're always thankful. We get to sit back and click buttons. All right. Well, someone else has to go protect the freedoms. Protect our freedom. So we always have to be thankful for the people who do that and hold them with high honor because it's voluntary. All right. It's like, hey, you know what? I want to do this for my country. All right. This thing just continues to just melt lower. It's melting. The ice cream is melting. Okay. Meltdown. Next target, 644.55. If you took this, that was beautiful. All right, you can see comes into those EMAs. Doesn't have enough strength to go 50-50. Everything is selling off, guys. Everything is selling off. Look at that. Look at that last candle, guys. Between 655 and where we are now, that's $1 drop in less than a minute. Close to $1 drop in less than a minute. Giveaway time coming up at 12:30, so start putting your names in the chat. We will do the giveaway. Make sure to subscribe to the channel. If you want to join our community, guys, make sure to go to smartactiontraining.com. Okay, smartactiontraining.com. So you take advantage of the delay-free, ad-free stream. You don't miss the next move. Take advantage of all the resources. We have some more resources in the community now. All right, use the code TRIAL20. I'm trying to buy a year's subscription. Can you confirm that you are trading live every day from close to open? I'm not trading live every day from close to open. I am trading every day from 9:30 a.m. to 1 o'clock, 12:30ish, sometimes all day. All right, so I would say 99% of the time is between 9:30 a.m. Eastern all the way till 12:30, at least 1 o'clock. All right, and then from the other days, we go all day. Just depends on the catalyst. But the strikers, if you are in the strikers, I'd leave my charts on. I'll leave my charts on throughout the day. All right, and we do have that interaction in the chat. If there's any annotations that I do decide to make, I make those annotations known on the chart. All right, so the admin pretty much yanked Russia and China from the hemisphere. Yeah, even Cuba, guys. Cuba's going through a tough time. All right, so all right, so again, whatever tier you do join, you'll have access. All right. How we doing, strikers? How we doing? How we doing? How we doing? Yes, thank you so much. Respect and God bless. Absolutely. Jose, heard this on NPR. The oil from Venezuela can't be processed as it is too thick. So Iran was sending the oil to Venezuela to mix refined. This is very similar to the oil in Canada. The oil in Canada, it's a lot of the Canada, since it's so cold, the oil is stuck in the sand. That's why it's called oil sands. And they have a specialized process to separate the sand from the oil. It's called SAGD. It's a steam-assisted way of getting the oil in the pipes, and through steam, you can separate the oil from the sand, and then you can get that final, the byproduct, which is the oil, away from the sand. So it's different because of the natural maybe climate of that particular area, but it's the same thing as Canada, right? So it costs a little more money to get the oil out of the ground in Canada than it does in the Middle East. All right, so less of a process there than in Canada, but Canada has some significant amount of oil. To give you some context, all right, when I was in the oil field, this was back when they were looking to build the Keystone Pipeline. Who remembers that? The Keystone Pipeline going all the way from Alberta to Texas. Right? But unfortunately, it got blocked. Right? That would have been a huge, huge project. And the fact that it got blocked, right, it led to a lot of less work in the market. At the same time, at that time, the oil did dip. So I'm kind of glad that it did get blocked, because that led me to transition to something else. If the Keystone Pipeline didn't get blocked, right, in a different universe, I'd probably still be up there. Right, that was the big project that was looming, right? The Keystone Pipeline. But of course, it did get blocked. But I think there's enough oil reserves on this side of the planet. So energy independence, if you ask me, is critical for the U.S. Right, energy independence is critical. Okay, we're starting to see some buyers pick this thing back up once it got below that 655 psychological level. Okay, nice reclaim that 655. We're in the jaws that gap. 50% retrace that gap is, of course, 652.73. Okay, we're coming back at those EMAs. For us to have a market structure shift, these are the most important highs, all right? That's closely tied to that daily open. Okay, so if you're looking to join, guys, you have to use the code TRIAL20. The link is pinned. Let me show you how to do it. PHX2150. So you're going to go to smartactiontrain.com, smartactiontrain.com. Once you go to smartactiontrain.com, besides that, it's a great tool. You have your economic calendar. You have a chart. You can do your charting there, right? Quick read of what's going on, top stories. You got the heat map. Look at the heat map, guys, right on the site. You got my watch list, all right? Terrific 12, ETFs. You can get a quick overview right on the site. So besides that, if you want to join the community, of course, you click the community tab. Once you do that, it leads you to this page. So I'll drop the link to this page, and then you use the code 20%. Okay, use the code 20%. And then that gets you 20% off. All right? So use the code 20%, you get you 20% off. That's how you join. Very simple, very straightforward. All right, so this is the code. There's a link. When we join, are we watching from another platform? That's up to you. So you can watch on YouTube. You can watch it on the Google Meets. Google Meets, delay-free, ad-free stream. It's completely up to you. You have the choice. All right, but if you want to watch the pre-market prep stream, so at 9 a.m. we go over the game plan. We go over everything, and then when the market rings, we open up live trading. We get on YouTube. We live trade as a community together. All right. If you want to be part of the pre-market prep, you have to be in the community, right? But once you are a member, right, that's up to you if you want to watch on YouTube. Maybe if you're at work, you want to watch on YouTube, possibly. But if you want that real-time, delay-free, ad-free experience, you watch it Google Meets. All right, so that's up to you. But most of our team members are looks like they're on the Google Meet side of things. Let me know, guys. Where do you guys primarily watch it from? Do you guys primarily watch it from YouTube, Google Meets? Let me know. In Calgary? Wow. I used to work at Synovus up in Cold Lake. I used to work in Synovus up in Cold Lake. And up there, that's where the Canadian Air Base is. So sometimes, guys, we would have these fighter jets that fly overhead, right? And I'm not sure. Maybe some of you guys, some of you who might be in the Air Force know what I'm talking about. But if you heard a sonic boom before, that's next level. So sometimes we would see these fighter jets just fly overhead because they had a training base on that. They'll do their training very close to the oil sands, right? It was a huge piece of land. So it wasn't small. So it's not like, hey, you know what? Why are they training near the oil facility? But they had this huge piece of land where they did their weapons testing. They did a bunch of different things there. So from time to time, you'd see these fighter jets flying by really low, and you hear the sonic boom when they start to accelerate. The code for this Google Meets is available to our chat. Okay, the code for the Google Meets is available. Yeah, lag-free, delay-free, ad-free. Okay, so I can only take 20 more spots for the rest of the month, guys. We opened it up. We grew tremendously this month. But our objective is that sustained growth, right? So we want to try to provide as much value to each member, get to know each other. As a community, we like to have that small community feel. Everyone, every name, every avatar is a person. All right, you're just not a number on the screen. You're a person. I want you to do well. I'm invested in your journey. All right, so to ensure that we remain true to that, there's only so many people we can take. Until on the back end, I have some sort of infrastructure. All right, maybe get some help to ensure everyone has the proper attention. I apologize. I clicked the link, but I do not give me the annual option. So the annual option, if you want to do the annual option, you have to go to the community here. Okay, that's also a great way to get started. Is right here. One payment, boot camp, bonus coaching call, all available. 4 months free, right here. So you click that, and it sends you right there. Okay, annual option is there. So the annual increase, monthly increase as well. We just added the options flow, order flow, AI alerts, breakout alerts. We had the breaking news feed as well. We have the analyst grading bot. We have the insider activity. So whenever there's insider activity, insider selling, we get the alert. All right, so we're constantly looking to provide as much value. The reason why I separated these things, guys, is to minimize the noise, right? To minimize the noise and had to reorganize it over the weekend. Okay, so again, take advantage where you can. If that's something you're going to look to be a part of. Any questions, guys? Any questions? I have to wrap it up here shortly. I do have a hard stop at 1 o'clock. So let's get the names in the chat for the giveaway. Let's go back to our daily time frame here real quick. Let's refresh this real quick as well. Okay. Starting to see the put flow starting to pick up. You can see the daily open interest, daily volume. Okay. So calls versus puts, we're seeing more calls coming in. Let's filter this for sweeps. NVIDIA, we got some NVIDIA sweeps coming in January 15, 2027. All right, so almost leaps. We got some sweeps coming into BP, April 17th. More sweeps coming into NVIDIA, January 15th, so January 15, 2027. So $4.5 million on the premium. Let's organize it by premium. We got some coming in there as well. I'll go with expiration. All right, I want this to be like Flow Algo where it gives us the alert. There's usually an AI voice that tells us X amount came in at this time. All right, I'm going to spin the wheel here, guys. So again, strikers, if you want to be part of the giveaway, the boot camp, the upcoming boot camp, make sure to put your names in. All right. And I'm happy how everyone just kind of waited for their setup today. Didn't get overly bullish or bearish. You just took advantage of what was in front of you. So tremendous, tremendous, tremendous job, guys. It's not easy. Things are just constantly evolving. And you guys are doing a tremendous job adapting to the conditions and getting better in real time. Google Meets. Okay. Strikers, go ahead. If you want to be part of the advanced boot camp, I'll let you guys put your names in the chat first, in the giveaway first, and then we'll get to YouTube. So any strikers, feel free to put your names. Feel free. So Google 302 strike, 1 to 2 days out. AI, 62% confidence. A lot of volume on those contracts. So keep a close eye on Google here. Use this in confluence to what you're already seeing on the chart. So Google 302 strike, expiration 327, confidence 63%. A lot of volume on those contracts. Okay. So guys, if you do win strikers, make sure to send me a DM. All right. Hey, you know what? Advanced boot camp, so I don't forget. All right. I still haven't announced the advanced boot camp. I got you, Beck. Anyone else? Let me know. YouTube, I'll get to the names on YouTube. So continue to put your names in the chat on YouTube, guys. We'll get to that very shortly here. If we're gonna work our way out of here, maybe inverse head and shoulder out of here. Again, the back and forth, constant gravitation back towards daily open continues to persist. Back and forth, constant gravitation towards daily open continues to persist. Okay, got you, Lambish, Nikhil, Toonsy, Jake R, got you. So welcome to all the new members, guys. I remember seeing these names on YouTube. Now you guys are becoming members. So if there's any way I can assist you, let me know. I'll put your names in the, put your questions in the chat. The Discord is fairly, I try to make it as simple as possible to navigate, but there are people that never use Discord in their life before. So if you have any questions anytime, just let me know, okay? As far as finding the channels, okay. Looks like Commander-in-Chief is busy today. Let's take a listen. Thank you for the update. Let's see if I can find it. Okay, he's live.
Everything there is to eliminate it, we eliminated them.
Okay.
We eliminated their leaders. We had the first set of leaders. They gone.
Terrible audio.
Met 88 people met, and it's sad.
Thumbs up if you can hear it.
We could have made a deal with them a long time ago.
I think it's the venue's audio. It's not my audio. I think it's the venue. Just poor audio, but we'll deal with it.
And then they're meeting again, but now nobody wants to be the leaders. One of the few political jobs that nobody wants anywhere in the world. Nobody wants it. It's a very dangerous job. My job is dangerous too, but their job is worse. In other words, we're systematically dismantling the regime's ability to threaten America. They're not threatening us anymore. As Commander-in-Chief, it's my sacred responsibility to protect our country from all threats. For decades, Iran refused every
Thumbs up if you can hear.
to renounce its nuclear ambitions, and in recent months, its own negotiators bragged to our representatives about having enough material to make nuclear weapons. And that was supposed to deter me, but it didn't deter. It made me more anxious, and it just made it much more important. This mission that we're all on together was much more important, and we did it quicker. Iran's missile capabilities were also growing so fast that it would soon have become virtually impossible to stop them. Once they have a missile, once they have what they were building was incredible. And you got a little glimpse of it by the fact that when they came out, they started shooting all of their neighbors. Their neighbors weren't fighting with them. They were getting along okay with their neighbors. And I was surprised. Everybody was surprised. And it actually worked in reverse because their neighbors then turned against them. Now Iran has one more opportunity to end its threats to America and her allies, and we hope they take it. Either way, America and the entire world.
Okay, be on the lookout, guys. President is talking. Okay, he's talking about the situation. So I have all the names up until Mimi on YouTube. So we got a couple of questions coming in. What's included in the membership? Very straightforward. What's included? Discord access, of course, access to our full Discord, all the resources and tools there. Live training every single morning from 9:30 to 12:30, 1 p.m., sometimes all day. Live pre-market prep stream. We go over the game plan for the day. We go over some tickers. We go over some Q&A in that time as well. Extended live coverage as well. You have access to my chart throughout the day until the close. High win rate trade ideas. Today we had 3 ideas. We took 3. We took 3 trades. All 3 trades worked in our favor. All right. So again, the first one was just on my end. I took the wrong side. Took the puts instead of the calls. Course corrected. QQQs worked out, and we hit SPY twice. So all worked in our favor. Option trading beginner course, 5-hour course, as well as 2,000 plus hours of training video material. My ebook, 24/7 stock market newsfeed, automated technicals. Now what's included? You have the AI trade alerts. You have the options flow data. You have golden sweep data. You have the insider trading data. So all that data, I have yet to even add the features to this. So that's all included as of now. And of course, one thing is our supportive, growing, thriving community of traders from all walks of life, all experience levels coming together to tackle the markets. Okay, we have an awesome community, very supportive community, very respectful community that we've been cultivating. That's what you get to be a part of, and expanding tools and resources. That's what comes with the plan. All right. So if you're still having a hard time with the yearly, okay, all you got to do is go to the site, click this, and then once you click that, okay, you just join. So if you're still having a hard time past that, just send me a DM on WAP. Let me know if that helps. Okay, so keep putting your names. The last name I got is Mimi. Trump. Let's continue to listen while I get the names. Let me know if that answers your question, John. Okay, we'll do the giveaway here at 1 o'clock, and then we'll look to wrap it up after the giveaway. Candy Lady, got you. Are you having a hard time accessing the link, or are you having a hard time signing up? Got you, Yen. Let me know PHX 2150. I'm assuming that might be Phoenix. Phoenix. 8 more minutes, and we'll do the giveaway here, guys. So let's continue to listen.
In women's sports, but what they don't want to do is give us anything to do with citizenship for voting or voter ID. Can you imagine? We're the only country that doesn't do voter ID. Every country does voter ID. You know, brought to my attention today that we're the only country that does mail-in voting. Mail-in voting means mail-in cheating. I call it mail-in cheating. And we got to do something about it all. And it's part of Homeland Security. And I'm suggesting strongly to the Republican Party, don't make any deal on anything. The most important thing we can have is what's called the Save America Act. Don't make any deal on anything unless you include voter ID, and you have to be a citizen to vote. You have to show citizenship to vote. Very easy to do. It's very insulting when they say people can't do it because they don't know how to do it. Anybody that can't do it, I think it's a very insulting thing to say. The Democrats are fully to blame with the struggle of the great American public is going through at the airports. They're going through a big struggle right now, and we just put ICE in charge, and they're helping TSA.
Okay. Making lower highs. Dan woke up to magic. Yep, you can see that lower high coming in. So that's going to be the most important high up here. If this becomes the new significant high, again, that would be the point where we can get that structural shift within the structural shift. I got you, Joe P. So I have all the names up until Joe P. So I got you, Chris. I got you, PHX, the news. I got everyone on Discord so far. Google Meets. I got you guys as well. Where are you trying to sign in? There's nowhere to sign in. All you got to do is click the link. All right. You click the link and then you make the payment and then it sends you to the portal. Okay. So it's very, very straightforward. So before you can sign in anywhere, the payment has to be made. What is the difference between joining the website versus joining YouTube? YouTube, everything is free. Education is free. Okay. The commentary is absolutely for free. All right. So again, providing that commentary as things unfold, sharing the ideas, Q&A, education, live trading, all that brought to you at no cost. All I ask is that you just hit the like button, subscribe, and share. And when you're ready to level up your trading, you're ready to capitalize off the resources we have to provide, then you join the community. When you join the community, you have access to the delay-free, ad-free stream. That's one of the many features. All right, because I would say 99% of our education takes place live. All right, we do have self-paced course that comes with your membership as well, the 5-hour course. Okay. But I believe the best way to learn, okay, is the apprenticeship style. Or is learn on the job. Okay. So the best way to learn from my perspective is through the best way to learn and to teach. So if it was the other way around, right, but the best way to learn for me is to see it live. And the best way to teach, if you're teaching, is live because you can use what you're seeing, okay, to say, hey, you know what? This is what's going on. This is what we're going to look for. This is where our risk is. So on both sides. Yeah, YouTube, there is a big lag. The lag is 30 seconds. 30-second lag. You're looking for this one on the 5 here. Probably this is the one, doctor. Kind of forming. Early onset. Okay. Now, what to wrap it up here, guys. If you want to be part of the giveaway, any other questions, let me know. This week, I'm looking to clean up the execution. The funny thing is, as soon as I say that, the first straight out the gate, all right, I take the wrong side. But we clean it up right after that, all right? But that's the objective. My objective is to clean up the execution, keep it very clean this week, try to close the month as strong as possible, and go into Q2. Okay? And Q2, who knows how things go. Again, our job as day traders, guys, we have to have that trade-to-trade mindset, day-to-day mindset. We're not too overly concerned what the future holds. Remember the old saying, we're here for a good time, we're not here for a long time. That's basically what the motto is for scalping, what the motto is for day trading. So we can't even look at what April has in store. I can't even look too much into what tomorrow has in store. I'm just taking it shift by shift. I don't see 4 months free. So the reason why it's 4 months free, okay, is because 12 times 50, okay, is over $1,200. Sorry, $600, over $600. All right. So now you get 4 months free because it's already priced in. It's already discounted for 4 months. So this will renew in 12 months. Okay, it will cost you, which is also a steal. So 50 times 12, so it should cost you $600. All right, but the 4 months are in the price. So there's nothing you need to do to get the 4 months free. You just need to make the purchase. So giveaway. Are some in calls and others in puts? Let me know. I opened some calls in the money. Anyone have any positions, strikers? I have no positions currently. Last trade that I did take was to the calls here. Okay. For a quick scalp, and then runners got stopped out. 17% TP, and then runners got stopped out once this line broke. That key zone broke. And then some of our traders were able to ride this thing for 200+%. Big shout out to Firefly. There was also a couple other people as well. So tremendous job. Did you make money today? Yeah, on SPY and QQQ. All right, giveaway time now. Let's spin the wheel. Again, any last minute entries, let me know. If not, we're gonna spin the wheel. Okay, winners, you'll get send me a DM in the free tier Discord, and you'll have your prize. Wayne is not there. So that's like 33 months free. No, not 33 months free. 33 months is a long time. Okay. That's basically 3 years. All right. Going once. Going twice. Let me check the Discord for any names. Do I have you? Got you, Anita. I missed you last time. Any side bets? Who's going to win? Too bad you can play that before you give away. YouTube is like... I'm done. I'll be done, Doctor. Are you looking to play that? I think I'm going to be done in this area. That's a divergence too. Kevin C. Got you. If you're making the case for that inverse head and shoulder, it can be right downward sloping a neckline. So left shoulder, head, right shoulder. Just have to be careful of the EMAs up ahead. Okay, up above this, that's a nice area to get involved with that reclaim. I like that. That's a good idea. All right. So giveaway, and then we'll wrap it up. Kevin C. Engulfing candle to the downside on the Dow. Qs continue to sell off. SPY continues to sell off. It came into that EMAs, collided with the EMA, slid, retrace, reject out that daily upside breaker. Can anyone confirm the annual subscription $399 including 4 months? Yes, you get that. That's part of your. We do have people on the yearly. We have a lot of people on the yearly. All right. I mean, I'm not going to mention name by name, but we do have a lot of our members on the yearly. Okay, let's spin the wheel, guys. Spin the wheel. Giveaway for the course. All right, first winner. So today we do have 100 likes. So one giveaway today. Let's spin, 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 spin. Candy Lady Ghost is the winner. Candy Lady Ghost is the winner. Candy Lady Ghost is already on our team. So just send me a DM. Just a reminder, DM that you did win. Congratulations. I'll send you that DM to that course. If we paid for a month, do we get that taken off if we paid for a year subscription? Those are two different things. So if you paid for a month and you decide to upgrade to the yearly, right, you're activating the yearly. So it doesn't get taken away from that monthly. You'd have to cancel your monthly and go to the yearly. So there are two different plans that don't roll over. If that makes sense. All right, if you're unsure, the best thing to do, okay, is continue to watch, especially if you're a first-time viewer. Right, don't be, there will be spots available for you to join. I made 20 spots available. It's not going to fill up right away. Okay, continue to watch for a few more days. Go with the trial. And then if it's something that you want to make the commitment towards, then go with the yearly. All right, so there's no need to put that level of urgency on yourself to take the yearly right out the gate. Okay? Unless that's what you want to commit to. All right, so congratulations, Candy Lady Ghost. Any other questions, guys? Any questions here? Any questions, any questions, any questions? All right, if you're done, strikers, make sure to answer the poll question. All right, but once April comes around, the prices are going up. Okay? And if you look at the landscape of cost of communities, pound for pound, value for price, okay, the things we're doing is unmatched. Okay? My goal is to go above and beyond every day. All right? We go to battle together every single day. Any questions, strikers? The president is still talking. If you're done for the day, be done for the day. I do have a call that I need to get to. All right, great way to kick off the week, guys. We're going to continue that momentum into the rest of the week. As far as economic calendar is concerned, we do have a light calendar this week. This week. So this is what you get access to, folks, on YouTube. All right? This entire Discord. Economic calendar, very light this week. Tuesday, PMI, unemployment claims, and that's pretty much it. And on Friday, of course, consumer sentiment. So Monday, today, yellow folder, earnings calendar, very light as well. Very, very light as well. All right. I will post Stocks After Dark episode here shortly. Right here, I'll just embed it right into the past webinars tab. Let's see if there's any other trades. Okay, Google trade came in. Let's take a look at that. Okay, Google trade came in. So here's 62.9% confidence. All right, so if you take a look at Google, say this is Google on the On the hourly, take a look at Google. So basically that support here, a signal came in here. So basically that support holding. Okay. That support fails to hold, then you get invalidated. You have to make your own risk. You have to make your own risk assessment around this. You can see the buy-sell flow coming in, total amount of money, a lot of activity coming in here on the 23rd of March. There, the signal came in right here. So this has a 62% chance AI confidence, close to 63% chance AI confidence, and right, that's for 327 expiration. So that 302 strike for the 27th is trading currently at 280. Okay, 280. All right, so say you're gonna put a threshold on the confidence. Say you're gonna entertain the signals that are above that, then by all means. Okay, we're starting to get a nice little wake up. The next idea has been Intel. 60% confidence on Intel. Okay, Intel. We did see Intel peak above for that profit. Intel maybe sitting right at that support. Okay, so same thing with Intel. So those look like those are the only two ideas that were provided by the bot so far. Yeah, those are the only two ideas. All right, so that comes automatically with your membership. All right. On that note, guys, thank you for tuning in. We'll look to wrap it up here. Strikers, I'll leave the stream running, okay, until the close. I will be done for the day. I will be active in the chat. Okay, so again, if you are still on Google Meets, feel free to interact. We still have about 34 people still in there. How do trade institutions time frame? So from an intraday standpoint, Lorraine, I missed you there, Lorraine. That's my bad. From an institutional standpoint, intraday, institutionals like to watch that hourly. That hourly candle intraday is what gives a sentiment for that particular day. All right, so the hourly candle is the most important candle. So if we want to get a feel of what's going on at that particular time, and there's one time frame we have to rely on, right? Not for scalping, but just to gauge overall sentiment. That hourly candle is it. That's 60. So it tells us who's in control at that particular time. So right now, after selling off here, the bulls are trying to gain control, buying it off those lows. And this hourly candle is 18 minutes left. So we're in the jaws, that gap. Of course, all right? That gap up. All right, on that note, guys, any questions? Last questions? If not, we'll wrap it up here. As always, thank you for tuning in. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Hopefully you found value. Smash the like button. We'll see you guys tomorrow. If you're looking to join the community, the link is pinned. Take advantage. Join us for pre-market prep. Stay safe. If you're still in the trenches, look for high quality setups. If you're done for the day, exercise maximum discipline. Do not take any more trades. If it means deleting the app off your phone, if it means closing your computer and walking away, do whatever measure you need to take, whatever measure you need to take to ensure you don't compromise that rule. All right. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Stay safe. Same time tomorrow, 9:30 on YouTube. And God bless each one of you.